Well, good evening, race fans, both here and on YouTube. We want to thank you for tuning in. And this is night number 2, Jim, of the All-Star Cup Shootout. Tonight, of course, the 50-lap, 6,000 to win, and possibly 7 or 8 with the gambler's bonus for the modifieds. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman are here for 1,500 to win. They'll run 30 laps. And the 4 cylinders with 25 laps. We do have some weather coming in. We hopefully will beat that. We're starting earlier than our planned start time to beat the weather. And Jim, it's going to be a good night here. This is what we've all been waiting for the whole season. We had a great night last night. What do you see for tonight?
Well, Pete, I see a fast racetrack. If last night was any indication, today we had cloud cover all day. It is warm. It is muggy out. Couple of light sprinkles in the air right now. Nothing that would really delay the show. But if the racetrack holds up like it did last night, and we were running times and modifieds under 17 seconds, folks, that is pretty much unheard of here. And that did not slow down until maybe the third qualifying heat race when we had times drop down maybe a second and a half into the low 18 seconds. So the track was wicked fast last night. The battles were all over the place. And we even have a few more cars tonight, too, which is exciting. A lot of invaders. This is the place to be. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit that like and subscribe button and tell your friends. Share the link on your social media pages. This is going to be the hottest ticket, the hottest free ticket in town for you folks online watching. And if you live nearby, get your buns down here to New Egypt, people. This is going to be an awesome night because last night was so much fun. You can watch the replay if you haven't seen it. Fantastic racing. We had that Sportsman non-winners race. It only had 1 yellow in that 20-lap affair. And right at the beginning, and then we ran straight through to the end with that non-winners feature. We saw 3 great modified qualifiers on a track that you could go high, you can go middle, you can go low. It was a really old school throwback New Egypt.
Well, that's right, Jim. And let me tell you, you're right. The track was very fast, and it actually slowed down, like you said, but they missed it just a little bit at intermission, and the track actually got faster. The second set of the timed time trials to try the top 2 fastest cars, fastest car from each of the 2 sessions for the crates locked into the night's redraw. That was Ethan Bill in the 14 and the 5W of Pat Wall. And the second set, we had about 6 cars under the 17 or under the 18-second bracket in the crates. They were only a second off the modifieds. So the second session for them was almost the same times, but there were more cars that were faster. That goes to making adjustments, but the track did get a little faster. So tonight, we got, like we said, we got some weather. It's been cloudy all day, so that has helped. With very little sunshine today, that always helps the track. The track looks awesome right now. It looks even better than it did last night. So, folks, you're tuning in at a great time. We're going to get hot laps on the track here in just a few moments. There's not much packing that has to be done. We're going to run hot laps and go right into our show early tonight. So stay tuned. Stay tuned to YouTube. Call your friends, text them, and tell them we're going to be starting a little earlier in case you didn't catch that on Facebook around noon today. And it's going to be an exciting night. And if you aren't already, make sure you subscribe. We have a couple more shows coming up. Well, one big one at the end of October, which will feature the Sportsman cars headlining the weekend. We'll have Mass 305 sprints both Friday and Saturday, and we'll have the Crate Sportsman on Saturday for 4,000 to win for 50 laps. We should have a lot of invaders, so make sure you subscribe so you can be part of all the action, the off-season stuff. We have lots of content you can go back and watch, all the highlights, full programs, full races from the whole season. You can go back and watch that during the winter when you're bored and have nothing to do or you're snowed in. Don't like to talk about that 4-letter word, but that's right. But so we got a lot of action coming up, and of course if you are home and you want to come out here, that tonight's a great night. Coming up in 2 weeks from last night will be the World of Outlaws, the greatest show on dirt.
That came up in a hurry.
It sure did.
That came up in a hurry.
That's the first time in 10 years they're going to be here. And you can get tickets. If you're going to get tickets, go right on to the World of Outlaws website. It's worldofoutlaws.com. They are selling the tickets right on there. There's a link. I myself went and looked, and if you go to these other sites, these ticket brokers and stuff, and these ticket websites, it tends to be a lot more expensive. The actual prices are right on the World of Outlaw website. Get your tickets through there. And it's going to be busy, so you want to make sure you get your tickets ahead of time for that night. I believe there's a $5 discount if you get them ahead of time versus the night of the show. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, it's going to be a great night. You got a little time here to grab yourself something to eat and sit down in your favorite chair. Later on, we'll have the 50-50, and you can get your 50-50 tickets from home. That is something, and we won't put the numbers up yet because you don't need them. We'll put them up when the time is right, and we'll tell you about it again. But you can play the 50-50 from home. That's something new this year with this YouTube free broadcast. And if you subscribe, the more subscribers we have, the more we can continue to do this stuff for you fans at home and have it be free or very, very affordable next year. So be sure and subscribe, and if you're not signed up, sign up on YouTube. It's free. I'm signed up, and you hit the subscribe button. Boom. Every time you go back to it, you can find that page right away and find and watch content and whatever else we have. So, all right, so we'll be ready for Hot Laps in a few moments, and we'll be right back to you. Right, Jim?
And you can see, if you're at the track, you can see the Pony film crew getting some crowd shots down there. If you want to be an extra in this movie and you want to see your faces on the big screen, find the Pony crew. They're right in section 5. Fill up the empty seats. You know, leave your seat cushion where you've already put it down. But if you want to be on camera, come down to section 5 right now and fill up those grandstands. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, and you can see them now getting their cameras all set on some of the fans in the stands. But if we want to fill up that grandstand in front of the movie cameras down there, you can see Rob. He's wearing the pink neckband and the movie camera down there, and a couple of folks with the film crew reflective vests. So find Rob, go in those sections of stands, and find an empty seat just for the filming purposes. We won't let you lose your seat in the crowd, but if you want to be on camera, come on down here. No one's going to take your blanket. This is New Egypt Speedway. This is not anywhere else. We are friendly. If you're watching on YouTube, despite what you might hear about New Jersey, we are extremely friendly here. We've been a family for 28 years, and we're going to be keeping doing that in the future. Pete, we've got some cars coming on the track. Tell us who you see out there.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. I see Ryan Krasinski pulling up on the track. A lot of Crate Sportsman pulling out right here with the 4 cylinders. Ryan Krasinski in the yellow 18R. The 88 is Glenn McIntyre. McIntyre finishing 3rd last night and had a shot at the win, was battling with Mike Toth in a real good battle. David Malozar ended up getting by both of them in an exciting non-feature winners race. And that was for all drivers last night in the Crate Sportsman ranks that had not won a feature this year. It wasn't ever. Malozar had 2 feature wins in the past, but he did not have any this year. It was for any drivers that wanted to take part in it last night. We had a couple drivers elect not to take part in it, which was fine. They were here at a time and try to get one of the 2 fastest spots. We had 31 cars in attendance last night. We lost a couple of those cars who just came for the non-winners race, just a couple, and we ended up with 34 cars here tonight. So a good, solid field of a very competitive Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Duncan Molesworth in the 53. He was in the top 5 in time in both sessions of time dashes, I believe. I know he was 5th in the first one in that number 53. There's a winner of the non-winners race last night. As I said, David Malozar in the yellow 32C going down to turn number 1. Got a couple of modifieds out there, and the one I'm looking at, the yellow number 47, is Chris Garback. Now, Chris was not here last night. He will tag the back of the Consi. He actually was in the hospital yesterday, or in the emergency room, and with a medical issue. but it got resolved quickly, and he was released. And being the competitor that he is here tonight to go racing with us in the number 47. He was upset he missed last night, but he is here tonight. We did lose 2 modifieds from last night that had problems. Kevin Borden is not back with us, and Tim Franks also, who had issues from warm-ups on. But we pick up Chris Garback, so 28 modifieds in the pit area. Ryan Marr, our rookie champion in 2023, is in the number 51 going down to turn number 1. Will Protinick right behind him in the 3WP. Rick Wegner here tonight with his crate. He was not here last night. He's in the 45 junior going into turn number 1. As Garback goes by him on the inside. The 921 coming by is Aiden Spencer. There you see Duncan Molesworth. We'll try to pick up the cars on the screen here for you. Duncan Molesworth in the 53. The 57Z is John Cameron. Alongside of him, PJ Bazowski in the 07. There's Ryan Krasinski in the 18R. I need to look the 715 up. Brian Cool and his number 37 modified going by. There's the 27 of one of our co-rookie champions. That is Hunter Ploski, and going by him on the inside, I believe that's Matt Peck in the BK Trucking number 51. Cars look very similar to him and Ryan Krachin, and they are both here. Krachin with his modified for Danny Sommeling, and Matt Peck in his Sportsman car. There's Mike Toth in the 89. He finished second last night after leading for quite a while. Right behind him, modified driver Anthony Tramontana. DJ Hunt, who struggled all night and ended up qualifying and will roll off 13th in the feature tonight. He's in the number 24. David Malozar just went by. That is Loudon Reimert in the number 16 modified. Joe Toth, that is one of his cars. I'm not sure if that's the modified or the Sportsman. They look also very similar, and he's driving both of them. And alongside of him going by there was the Belmont's Garage 14 of Ryan Simmons. Simmons with that and his own number 20 as a backup here tonight. Cody Manmiller invading tonight in the Haas Automotive 00. There's the other 51 car. We'll call that Ryan Krachin, since I don't know which one is which. The 21 going by on the inside right there, the black and pink car, that is Ryan Graver. He was here with us last night just practicing. There's Hunter Ploski coming into the shot again, and number 27 and going by the flagger stand. Ryan Marr in the 51, former rookie champion. There's Ricky Wegner in the 45. Johnny Bangs with the 323 modified. Jax Jan is in the 74 Sportsman car. Glenn McIntyre on the inside of him in that orange number 88. Here comes Loudon Reimert in the red number 16 modified, the Fluor machine and tool entry. Mike Butler with his Sportsman 04. And there's Logan Watt, one of the winners of the qualifiers last night. The 3 modified qualifiers, he's in the 4M, the Ronnie's Auto Repair at number 4M. There's Pat Wall in the 5W, the orange 5W. He is locked in tonight for the Sportsman feature, him and Ethan Bill. We'll see if we can pick up Bill. I don't know if he's out yet. Car's still rolling up onto the Speedway. Davey Salmon's coming by the flagger stand in the blue number 79. Jack Butler right behind him in the number 5. The Ace Materials Stangle Racing number 6 is Justin Grosso. He also won a qualifier here last night. We had 3 of them that were 15 laps. And on cue, here comes the 3rd winner of those 3 qualifiers, Paul Mancini in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M. A lot of cars all stuffed together here now. There's Colin Cox in the 59 coming by the flagger stand. One of the Sportsmen, he was the Grandview Speedway champion in the 59. And alongside him, Dylan Swinehart, longtime driver in the number 38. Not long time, he's a young gun, but has run at Grandview for several years, and he will be going back into the modified ranks. He has 2 modified wins there in his career. He has run Sportsman a couple of years. He is going back to the modifieds next year with that same team. They will be fielding a modified next year. It was just on Facebook, and I read that. There's Stephen Puglisi, the 2024 rookie champion here in the number 43. Little throwback graphic to Richard Petty. The 226, Matt Martino in the J Suns number 226. Martino also a regular at the Grandview Speedway. There's Brandon Grasso, the Belmead Bullet in the Amwell Auto Body 29. Dylan Stoyer out of Bohemia, New York in the Northeastern Auto Supply 6D. There is Ethan Bill in the number 14. He is the other car locked in from last night into the Sportsman feature. 2 cars locked in, the fastest of each session. He was the fastest in the first session, and he was able to load up knowing he was already locked in. Pat Wall, who was second to him and just missed out, was the fastest, rightfully so, in the second one. He was just as fast in the second one, ended up beating everybody else just like he did in the first one. So that was kind of ironic. Sometimes that happens and you get beat by one person both times, and you're like, I was so fast and didn't lock in, but he did. There's Matt Martino coming by in the 226. Billy Pouch, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. in the Marvel's Portable Welding number 1. Just went by the flagger stand here. There's last night's 4-cylinder winner, the only division running both nights here, a full show, and that is the X09 of Bobby Drayton, former modified driver, and he's been running crates for 2 years, 4 cylinders for 2 years. He finished second in the point standings this year. Posted his 5th win of the year last night in impressive fashion in that 4-cylinder. The 4-cylinder is staying on the track, so I'll turn it over to Jim. Jim knows a lot of these guys out there. He's been announcing them all year.
Great to see Penny Dunn back tonight. Her car burst into flames on the backstretch in the 51. She posted a clip on her Facebook page, and man, did she get out of that car in a hurry. And great to see Penny Dunn back with us tonight in that 51. Obviously, maybe an oil line or a fuel line came out or something, but she was okay after a scary moment on the backstretch. Tim Jones back with us in the 21. Richie Page in that red number 1, returning, getting a little assistance going back to the pit area after that car stalled. That's a new car for Richie Page. Dale Mull and Logan Mull are in turn number 3, the number 6 and the number 4. That's father and son, as well as Bobby Drayton in the X09 on your screen, passing the flag stand. His son, Bobby Drayton the 4th, is in the 409 on the backstretch. Joe Gary's in the 26. And the green flag comes out. Eric Dagler's out there in the 1. Logan Mull pulling off on the backstretch. Dom the Bomb Antonelli's in the 88. Robbie Steinmetz is out there in the 97. Tim Jones was in that number 21 car earlier this year as the 4 cylinders head back to the pit area to prepare their cars for competition after a brief hot lap session. With the modifieds now rolling on the track, we'll turn the microphone back over to Pete Wortman.
All right, mods rolling out, and it's Paul Mancini, first car on the track. He was a winner of one of our 15-lap qualifiers last night. He is locked into the redraw tonight. Clay Butler is in that redraw in the 4B. He qualified in the top 4 last night. Chris Garback here for the first time this weekend, as we talked about. Garback had a medical issue yesterday, but is back with us away from the track, so he was unable to get here last night. He'll start last in the consolation event. Steve Davis in the number 13. The Premio Sauce is number 13. The 5J is Joe Brown. Brian Cool is in the 37. Cody Manmiller is in the 00. Johnny Mack, John McClellan is in the 51M, and the 323 is Johnny Bangs, and we are green on the first of 3 sessions for the modified. All right, checkered flag coming out. Next session rolling out. Loudon Reimert leads them out. Reimert qualified last night into the redraw. Jack Butler in the number 5. Also qualified last night and into the redraw as he finished 4th in the 3rd qualifier. Joe Toth out there in the number 9. Toth will be running the consolation tonight, with the first modified race we have out there. Dominic Buffalino qualified. He did not make the redraw, but he did finish 5th in his qualifier. Brandon Grasso in the 29 is in the redraw tonight. He's in the 29 on the backstretch. Right behind him, Ryan Krachin in the 51. Krachin qualified, but is not in the redraw. The 13T of Anthony Tramontana on the backstretch. Tramontana also qualified, but is not in the redraw. He finished 5th. Krachin was 6th in that second qualifier. The 112 of Cale Ross won half of our match races. The first half, he won 5 of them. And he finished 2nd to Danny Buck in the 3rd qualifier. Cale Ross in the redraw. DJ Hunt qualified, finishing 5th in his qualifier after a horrible night earlier on. Doing a great job to get in that feature. Clay Butler out there in the 4B. Butler finished 4th in his qualifier. He's into the redraw. Logan Watt was the winner of our first qualifier last night. Watt was very impressive. He's obviously in the redraw. Yellow and checkered coming out together. Logan Watt, very impressive last night, winning the first qualifier from the outside of the front row. And not only did he win it, but he beat Ryan Godown, Billy Pouch Jr., and Loudon Reimert. All right, Danny Buck leads him out on the track. He was the winner of the third qualifier last night. The 6 of Justin Grasso was the winner of the third qualifier. He's in that yellow number 6, the white, black, and yellow number 6 on the backstretch. The red number 6 of Danny Buck finished second to Paul Mancini in the second qualifier. Both are in the redraw. Dylan Stoyer in the 6D qualified. He finished 6th in the third qualifier. He's in the show. Billy Pouch Jr. was 3rd. He's in the first qualifier last night. He is into the redraw. Frank Cozy will be running the Consi tonight in the 44. Had a tough break early on in the qualifier and put him behind the 8 ball in the 44. See him right there, right in front of him, the 79 of Davey Salmons. Salmons was 3rd in qualifier number 2, and he is in the redraw tonight. And of course, the ring goes rocket. Brian Godown, the 26, coming up through turn 3 and 4. Right behind Pouch. Right behind Cozy. Godown finishing second in the first qualifier last night, solidly into the redraw as well, as the checkered flag falling on this final session of modified hot laps. 28 modified. There'll be 10 in the Consi tonight with 6 to qualify. And that will complete warm-ups for the modifieds, and they will get ready for their Consi, the 10 cars that did not qualify last night. All right, Sportsman coming out. Duncan Molesworth in the 53 leading him out. George Garris Jr. in his crate car, the 4U, pulling out right behind him. Now, Garris doing double duty tonight. His modified is here as well. I was wondering why I didn't see him out there hot lapping the modified. But he's got the crate out there. Mike Butler in the 04. Jordan Cox raced that last night in the non-winners race. Mike Butler ran it during the time trials, trying to get one of the top 2 spots. He did not, but he ran pretty well. He was up in the top 10, I believe, in at least one of the sessions. Ryan Krasinski's in the 18R. Over in turn number 2, the 74 of Jax Jan, and the 89 is Mike Toth. Now, these hot laps are going to be timed. And the only reason they're being timed is to line up their heats. They drew for position coming through the gate, but that just determines which heat race you are in. Now the times will line them up for their heat races. So the green flag coming out here, that is why we're only putting out 6 at a time.
Checker flag comes out on that session of timed hot laps. Yes, as Pete was saying, these are timed hot laps. Jax Jan was out there in the 74. Mike Toth in the 89. Duncan Molesworth in the 53. George Garris out there in the 4. There's Joe Toth coming out in the 9. Ryan Marr pulling onto the track in the 51. There's Steve Davis in the backyard barbecue, number 72. Rocky Kugel. Oh, there is a great backstory to the number 72 of Steve Davis's car. Rocky Kugel is in that. He's a Western PA, Eastern Ohio modified driver. If you remember a few weeks back, Steve Davis had a late model driver from Missouri in his car. Now, Pete, you've got a backstory on Rocky.
Well, all I know is Rocky Kugel runs modifieds or Sportsman. I'm not sure which they have out there. I believe it's just modifieds. He lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so I believe he runs at the Lernerville Speedway and was here for work. I looked on his Facebook page. He was here for work, and he's friends with Steve Davis, and Steve Davis letting him drive the 72 tonight. Steve Davis, of course, running modifieds in his own number 13. So the Masker Racing 72 tonight, piloted by Rocky Kugel out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Dylan Swinehurst's out there in the 38. Ryan Graver out there in that pink or purple and black number 21 as the white flag comes out. Hey, Rocky Kugel getting around the New Egypt Speedway quite well in that 72. This track a lot different than the Lernerville Speedway. Lernerville, a big, fast, sweeping, high-banked half mile. But Rocky using his dirt track modified skills to turn some quick laps in the Steve Davis number 72. And we will get you some times once we can get logged into the computer, so just bear with us for a little bit. Pat Walls out there in the 5W. The 07 is PJ Bazowski out of Robbinsville. John Scarpatti's in the S2. Hunter Plosky in the Izzy number 27. There's Ryan Heim in the 18. David Malosar in the 32C. The 59K is Dakota Kohler. He's out of Kutztown, another invader here this evening. He was in action last night. And following this, there will be the one and only Kids Club fan bus. So once hot laps are done, the bus for the Kids Club through the pit area will leave after the hot lap sessions.
All right, Ethan Bill coming out here. Ethan, of course, Pat Wall was just out there. They are the two cars locked into the redraw tonight. Pulling out for his hot laps. Joe Toth right behind him in the number 9. Matt Peck in the 51. Regular at the Bridgeport Speedway. The 57Z of John Cameron right behind him. The 921, one of our co-rookie champions. That's Aiden Spencer. Glenn McIntyre. McIntyre has gotten real fast here the second half of the year and finished third last night. Was in the hunt all night long. Keep your eye on him. He should be fast here tonight. Was also fast in the time dashes last night. There are the 6 cars out there. They are bringing them out. You see them all pulling out. It is by what heat group they are in, and they're getting timed that way. I don't have the times in front of me, but that will be used to line them up. Cars spreading out here. Matt Peck on the backstretch all by himself in the 51 as the cars put some space between themselves. And now the lights go out and they will pick up the pace. White flag is out one more time around. Glenn McIntyre getting in behind John Cameron. McIntyre sliding way up the track there. Those 3 cars are pretty close together for timed dashes. The rest of the cars have spread out nicely here. And now McIntyre going in, didn't like the way something felt, and he won't even get a time here on that last lap. So the yellow and I believe the checkered came out. We'll see here. Yep, Cameron heading off the track. Matt Peck as well. McIntyre pulling out before his last lap was in the books. All right. I believe the last session or the last 2 sessions here, we'll see. But that is Ryan Simmons in the Belmont's Garage 14, the 45 of Ricky Wegner. The 3WP is Will Protinick. Chris Bergstrom, one of our rookie graduates this year, in the number 3. The 17 is Dan Fleming, and the 226 is Matt Martino. These are our last 2 sessions. This must be the last heat coming out, this session and the next one. Cars spreading out. They keep the yellow out here. Chris Bergstrom spinning in turn number 4. So Bergstrom spinning up in turn 4, and that brings out the yellow, and we'll reset. I believe we didn't get a lap in. They are timing these to line up these heats, so it is important that they get 2 laps on the clock. Dan Fleming getting himself around so he gets in a good spot here. Funny, got the whole track, and we got 5 cars on one end of it. Matt Martino's nice and spread out. Simmons has open track ahead of him as we go back to green here. White flag is out on the field.
Folks, there is some moisture in the air. Just keep in mind, if it does get wet, the grandstands become extremely slippery. So just be careful going up and down the grandstands. It is a little bit of a light drizzle, but the grandstands do get rather slick. So just want to give you folks a heads up to be extra careful going up and down the stands with a little bit of liquid sunshine still falling intermittently.
All right, final hot lap session for the Crate Sportsman. And it is Matt Ellery in the 29. The 59 is Colin Cox, the Grandview Speedway champion this year. Our rookie champion last year in 2024, Steve Puglisi in the 43, and Mark Beam is in the 715. And they will spread out here, hopefully, as they will go up onto the clock. Matt Ellery, the first car in line here as they spread out. Colin Cox, Steve Puglisi, right behind Puglisi is Mark Beam. All right, green coming out. All cars coming up onto the clock. Ellery, the first car. Ryan Simmons was the fastest of this session, ahead of Matt Martino in the 226 and Ricky Wegner in the 45. And Ellery's first lap will put him to the top of the board. 18.777. Just got the TV hooked up here with the times. I apologize we didn't have him earlier. Colin Cox up to third ahead of Martino. Ellery's second lap is not as quick as his first. All right, checkered flag. Matt Ellery the fastest in that session, over Ryan Simmons, Colin Cox, Matt Martino, and Steve Puglisi and Ricky Wegner. And that completes hot laps. And I believe we are going to go right into opening ceremonies here. I'll confirm that in 1 second. Oh, here comes the wheel of invert. This is our invert wheel. We used it for the modifieds last night. And we could invert. It'll determine how many cars get inverted based off the time trials we just ran. Timed warm-ups. They were doing warm-ups anyway, so it wasn't any extra time.
And we understand Jax Yawn is going to spin the invert wheel for the Sportsman Heat races coming up. So as soon as Jax Yawn makes his way out to the start-finish line, we'll do that wheel spin. All right, we're going to give Jax a few minutes. So in the meantime, we're going to do our opening ceremonies now while we're waiting for Jax. We're going to keep this show moving. So we ask everybody here, if you can, please rise and take off your headgear if you can. We just want to recognize the passing of a very devoted person. Carrie Canuli passed away a few days ago. Carol Canuli, she was a part of the Corman racing family. So our thoughts and prayers to the Cormans and the Canuli family. With that being said, we are here for a great time tonight, the All-Star Cup back at New Egypt Speedway, and we are lucky enough to have our own Reverend Dan Schaefer to lead us in our invocation, and then we have a special guest to sing our national anthem.
Thank you, Jim. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for New Egypt Speedway. We thank you for all the hard workers. We thank you for the racers. We thank you for the fans. Thank you for our announcers. We're so grateful to have that freedom and liberty. And now we are at New Egypt Speedway, the fast track of the Northeast. And we ask you tonight, Lord, that you would protect our drivers and our fans and all that are here. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Shalom.
Please stay standing for our national anthem. Tonight brought to you by Berks County's own Mr. Keith Gerhardt. And Keith, just look right at the TV camera up there.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Keith Gerhardt, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're waiting for Jax Yawn to come up. Once Jax does that, we will find out our invert, and then we'll tell you the Speedway grounds rules, and we'll get the show underway as they spritz the track surface. Thankfully, Mother Nature not providing enough moisture, we have to add our own, so that's good. Here comes Jack Yawn now to spin the wheel. All right, Jack. No, don't hit spin again like we did 3 times last night. What are you hoping for?
I don't know, just something good.
All right. Anybody at home you want to say hi to? It's like Drew Carey on The Price is Right.
No.
They're all here. Number 4, the invert's number 4. Nope. Nice job. All right, folks. We have a lot of first-timers here at the New Egypt Speedway. Only a couple of regulations you have to follow throughout the evening while you're on the Speedway grounds. First heat to the backstretch staging area. First heat to the backstretch staging area. So rule number 1 is really easy. If you're here cheering on your favorite driver, when we say the driver's name, you need to scream, yell, make some noise. Make the people next to you know who you're rooting for. Number 2, there is no smoking at all in the main grandstands. If you want to smoke, you got to go behind the stands over by the bathrooms. That is a state law. You cannot smoke in the stands. And rule number 3, we have a couple more shows this year. When you come back to New Egypt Speedway, we want you to bring a first-time race fan with you. We've got the World of Outlaws coming up in 2 Fridays, and then we have a giant Sportsman weekend, the last weekend in October. And while you're here, take pictures, take videos, tag us on all your social media, and don't forget to hit like and subscribe on the New Egypt Speedway YouTube page. Well, you know the rules, you know the regulations, you've seen our hot laps. Now it's time to go topside to Pistol Pete Warman. He's got the lineup for the first Crate Sportsman qualifying heat race. Pete?
Thanks a lot, Jim, and we're just misting the track real quick here before we get on, as the track you saw was getting a little dry there at the end of those hot laps. And this will only take another pass or so, and then we'll be ready to go. Cars are moving into the staging lane as we speak. We may actually have cars in the staging lane. We'll give you the order of events here to start the evening off. First up will be the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman Heats, which we just did.
Sportsman, heat number 1 to the backstretch staging area now. He will give you the lineup over the radio. Great Sportsman, heat number 1 to the backstretch staging area now, please.
So we'll have 3 of the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman Heats. They will be first. The 4 cylinders will run. The 4 cylinders will run 1 heat race, and that will be second on the schedule. Then we'll run the modified consolation, followed by the Crate Sportsman consolation. That is the start of the schedule. Well, as they finish watering the inside groove of the track. All right, so they are lining up the heats and posting them, and the car is heading to the staging lane. Last night, of course, we had timed dashes for the 29 of the 31 Crate Sportsmen in attendance last night ran those timed dashes. The first session, the fastest car was Ethan Bill. He locked into the redraw tonight. And the second one was, the fast timer was Pat Wall in the 5W. He actually had finished second in the first one. and just missed getting it in the first one, but continued to be that fast and was the fastest in the second one, and he got into the redraw for tonight as well. Everybody else into the heat races. Those cars will start at the rear if they want and get a few laps of practice in and can pull off, or they could run the whole race if they want behind the field. But they will not have to try to qualify. The modifieds, of course, had 3 qualifiers, and I do have the finishing order, so if you were not here last night, we ran basically like 15-lap heat races. They were qualifiers because they were longer than normal. The first one, the top 4 went to the redraw. The first one was won by Logan Watt, followed by Ryan Godown, Billy Pouch Jr., and Matt Loudon Reimert. Almost said his dad. Loudon Reimert in the 16. They all went to the redraw. The other 2 qualifiers were DJ Hunt, who had a fuel pickup or fuel pressure problem that dropped him out of everything. And then he practiced after he got that fixed and broke the transmission. Had to change the transmission too, but got all of it done before the qualifier and was able to qualify. He finished 5th. Joe Brown was 6th. Second qualifier was won last night by Paul Mancini, followed by Danny Buck, Davey Salmons, and Clay Butler. The other 2 qualifiers going into the feature tonight were Anthony Tramontana and Ryan Creighton. And the third qualifier was won by Justin Grasso. Cale Ross finished 2nd. Brandon Grasso was 3rd, and Jack Butler was 4th. All of them into the redraw tonight. Dominic Buffalino and Dylan Stoyer finished 5th and 6th, and they are qualified as well for tonight. So that will leave 10 cars. We had 29 last night, 2 of them. Kevin Borden and Tim Franks are not back with us tonight, but Chris Garback is here tonight and will start last in the Consi. So we will have 10 cars in the Consi tonight with 6 to qualify. These 3 Sportsman heat races will qualify 6. There'll be 8 laps. The top 3 will go into the redraw for what will be the first 11 starting spots in tonight's feature event. 3 out of each heat to the redraw. That's 9, plus the 2 locked in from last night. That is 11. Everybody else will be lined up behind that. We will qualify 6 out of each. And actually, the crate heats, let me look up. The crate heats are 10 laps tonight, sorry. 10 laps for the crate heats tonight. And there'll be 10 laps tonight after we qualify 6 out of each. And, of course, the 2 locked in from last night, that will give us 20 cars. So we will have 14 cars possible in the consolation event for the crate Sportsman. We will take 4 to fill the 24-car field. So that is the way qualifying is going to go here. All right, folks, coming up in less than 2 weeks now, it was 2 weeks from last night, our next event is the World of Outlaws, the greatest show on dirt. Tickets available at worldofoutlaws.com. Of course, they broadcast their races on Dirt Vision, as you know, as part of the Super Dirt Series, and that will be on Friday, October 10th. First time back here at New Egypt Speedway in 10 years. That is Friday, October 10th. So be sure and plan to be here for the greatest show on dirt. The next time we are back here on YouTube will be our final race. That is a month from now. It will be a 2-day show on Friday, October 24th. And Saturday, October 25th. And that will be the Pinewood Showdown. Sponsored by Oliver Communications Group. And it's Pinewood Showdown weekend. And we'll have the Crate Sportsman with a non-winners race on Friday. The street stocks, the 4-cylinders, the Northeast wingless sprint cars, the vintage cars, and the Mass 305 sprint cars all here on Friday, along with crate-timed practice and crate match races. That is all on Friday night, the 24th of October. On the 25th, we will have the Crate Sportsman 50 laps, 4,000 to win. The Mass 305 sprint cars here for night 2. They'll have a complete show each night. And the 4-cylinders will be back. They are running both nights as well. So that is all coming up, and that will be right here on YouTube as well if you cannot make it here to the Speedway. Action-packed weekend. Headlined by the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Swagger Factory Apparel, of course, known for their racing suits. Many drivers sporting Swagger Factory Apparel racing suits, and they supplied the official shirts here at the New Egypt Speedway, along with the fire suit that the infield crew wears. And once again, thanks to Swagger Factory Apparel, who stepped up to be the headline sponsor of the Crate 602 Sportsman Division here in 2025, and we hope to have them back in 2026.
We have hundreds of people watching live on YouTube. Let us know in the comments section where you are watching from, and we'll try to give you folks a shout out during any of the breaks. We have some folks checking in from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. John DeLilio. Sounds like good news for our friends down in the Carolinas. That hurricane that's supposed to form is supposed to stay offshore. So that's certainly better news than what we were looking at yesterday or the day before.
He's intact right now.
More people watching from Florida. Millburn, New Jersey checking in. Mike Feltenberger joining us from Berks County. Thanks, Mike, for checking out our live broadcast. Mike Hamilton's watching from Saar, Pennsylvania. Shawnee's race updates checking in from Binghamton. Jerry Miller is watching us from Ocean View, Delaware. From the First State. They had an entertaining show at Georgetown as well last night. Danielle Simmons is here from Clementon, down the street. Frank from West Palm Beach. Tom is watching from the pits. Go Ethan Bill from Conway, South Carolina, from Tammy White. Vernon, New York, yes, home of Utica Rome Speedway, from Dominator is checking in. Sayer, thank you, Michael Hamilton. Sayer, Pennsylvania. Josh is also up in Binghamton. Mike, I will be at the indoor races. Yes, absolutely. John Conley, I'm so thankful for the stream, watching from Kentucky. Thank you, John. Lyndhurst checking in. Another Florida viewer, Ralph Shipman. Bones from New York, also checking in. Hackettstown in the house. Steve from Upper Black Eddy. Wayne Taylor is watching from in front of us in the Diamond Suite in the stands. And he's saying a prayer to the weather gods to hold off tonight. Yes, we all are. Thank you, Wayne. Stormy checking in from Northeast Philadelphia.
All right, folks. While we got a second here, I'm gonna read you the lap sponsors. Every lap is sponsored in the All-Star Cup 50 lap shootout. So let's start right at the beginning. Lap number 1 is sponsored by Wide Open Wednesday. Norsha Corporation sponsoring lap number 2. Lap 3, Johnny Mack, Land Image Landscaping. Lap number 4, Good Luck from Pit Steward Papa Clay Butler. Lap number 5, sponsored by Amy Schwed Designs. Lap 6 by Mike Butler. Lap 7 is sponsored in loving memory of John Schmidlin. Lap number 8, Norsha Corporation. Lap number 9, Training Tales, Tom Moore. And lap number 10, Sam and Carly Packenham.
Lap number 11 being sponsored by Patrick Morris. Lap number 12, John Ellery. Lap number 13, Seasonal Ability, Steve Davis. Lap number 14, Joe's Landscape, LLC. Lap number 15, Jim Brown Racing Photos, Joseph Brown Racing. Lap number 16 being sponsored by Varsity Moving, Chris Lobianco Sr. Lap number 17, Dan Fleming. Lap number 18, DPI Electric and Communications, John Packenham. Lap number 19, Johnny Mack, Land Image Landscaping. And lap number 20, Mark Blackwell.
Lap 21, sponsored by Mike Lyons. Lap 22, Joe's Landscape LLC. Lap number 23 is sponsored by Shockwave Racing Technology and Johnny Banks. Lap number 24, Smart Moms Travel with Kelly Lane. Lap number 25, Ellery's Pub. Lap 26, Johnny Mack, Land Image Landscaping. Lap 27, John Ellery. Lap number 28, Kevin Borden. Lap 29, Matt Ellery. And lap number 30, Bobby Demchowski, Season Abilities.
Lap number 31, John Ellery. Lap number 32, Jim Mitch. Lap number 33, Ava Oliver Racing, John R. Oliver. Lap number 34, Joe's Landscape LLC. Lap 35, Metal Fab Pro Shop. As the cars are now rolling, we'll pick it up. Lap number 36, Swagger Factory Apparel. Lap number 37, Extreme Graphics. Lap number 38, Bucks Dog Training of Central New Jersey. Lap number 39, Bucks Dog Training of Central New Jersey. And lap number 40, Mark Blackwell.
And the final 10 laps, lap 41, sponsored by Fletcher's Garage. Lap 42, Bucks Dog Training of Central New Jersey. Lap 43 is in memory of Bruce Wheeler from Aaron Lynn. Lap 44, Mike Butler. Lap 45, Metal Fab Pro Race Shop. Lap 46, Tim Franks Jr. Racing and John R. Oliver. Lap 47, in loving memory of John Schmidlin. Lap 48, Bucks Dog Training of Central Jersey. Lap 49, Chris Moore, and lap 50 is Ellery's Pub. They are the sponsors of all the laps here this evening. All right, first up will be the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman All-Star Cup Shootout heat races, and this is the way they will line up here in heat number 1. Starting on the pole in the Meg Motorsports, Monty Pool owned number 21, the CNS Lawn and Landscape 21, that is Ryan Graver. And lining up alongside of him in the 4U, that is George Garrish Jr. George Garrish Jr. in the 4U. Mike Butler is in the short load ready mix concrete number 04. And he will line up in the 3rd position. Butler finishing tied for 3rd this year in points and was a feature winner this year. He had 1. Finished starting in the 4th position, the fastest time in all of hot laps for all the heats combined, the Carroll's Tree Service 74 of Jax Yan. Duncan Molesworth is in the 53. He will line up in the 5th position. And starting alongside of Molesworth in the 18R is Ryan Krasinski. The 51 of Ryan Marr will, out of Neptune, New Jersey, will start in the 7th position. And lining up alongside of Marr, out of Fleetwood, Pennsylvania, in the number 38 is Dylan Swinehart. Dylan Swinehart in the 38. Ninth starting spot. Regular at the Grandview Speedway, the 20M is Mark Moore. Mark Moore in the 20M. And then it'll be Mike Toth in the 89 starting in the 10th position. Toth finished 2nd here last night in the non-winners feature. And starting scratch on the field, first time ever here at the New Egypt Speedway for the driver, not for the car, obviously. Driving the car that won the point championship this year, the Premio Sausage Bubba Burgers number 72. That is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's Rocky Kugel. Rocky Kugel in the 72. 11 cars, 6 to qualify and 3 to the redraw. These heats will be 10 laps for the 30-lap All-Star Cup shootout, paying $1,500 to win. Just getting the moisture off the top of the speedway here so we can go racing. They scuff in the top. Jack Sean, our fastest qualifier. So the car is just scuffing. We watered right after warm-ups and worked the track in, but there's that little greasiness right on the top when you put water down. And they are working that moisture into the racing surface so we can go racing. Track looking better now. It was slippery when they first came out. Now that they've given them the track at a faster speed, it actually looks like it's pretty good. So I would assume they're in a second, they're going to probably slow them and get the thumbs up or down. They just talked to Jack Jan, who is the fastest qualifier in hot laps in the 74. He did the 4 inversion, so he'll be starting 4th. And here's the yellow coming out. And the pace truck being sent out. So I believe we are ready to go. All right, cars forming up. Pace truck picked up Jack Jan over here, so the field on the backstretch needs to catch up, or the pace truck needs to push them, or they need to slow down, one of the two. Got 2 separate groups. We got 7 of them over on the left and 4 on the right. Pace truck waiting now as it's really slowed down. All right, Ryan Graver and George Garris on the front row. Pace truck is off. Mike Butler in the 04, the 74 Jack Jan, Duncan Molesworth in the 53, Ryan Krasinski in the 18R, and we are green. And we are racing here for night 2 of the All-Star Cup shootout. It is Ryan Graver in the 21 grabbing the early lead as he brings them into turn number 3. Mike Butler moving along the inside. He will take second from Garris as they come off of 4 and down the front. Krasinski down on the bottom of Jack Jan. Dylan Swinehart moving up a couple of spots. He gets by Molesworth and into 6th. Swinehart now on the bubble as he moves into a transfer position. Mark Moore, who was fast here last night in that 20M, looking to move up. He's 8th right now, working on Molesworth. Rocky Kugel's moved up a spot already in the 72, working the bottom of the Speedway. Hot Laps was the first time he's ever seen this Speedway. Working off a turn 4 and back down the front. 3 laps complete. Mike Butler now up on the back bumper of the 21 of Graver. Garris, Jan, Krasinski, and Dylan Swinehart. Then a gap back to Ryan Marr, who now has moved into 7th. Moore and Molesworth battling side by side for the 8th position. Mike Toth moving back past Kugel in turn number 1. Top 6 have moved away, but now Ryan Marr closing in on Dylan Swinehart a little back there as the top 7 are all spread out. We're halfway, 5 down and 5 to go, and Graver is pulled away from Mike Butler by 4 car lengths now. Graver with a 4 car length advantage as he will complete lap 6 down the front. Remember, the top 3 going to the redraw. Through the north end of the Speedway and back off the corner. Graver leading Mike Butler and George Garris, and a gap back to Jax Jan. Jan needs to move up one spot if he wants to be in the redraw. Krasinski 5th, Dylan Swinehart by himself 6th, and then it is Ryan Marr and Mark Moore. 2 to go. 2 laps to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Graver may have opened a lead up of 5 car lengths. Butler trying to hang with him here. Graver is very fast in the Meg Motorsports 21 as he rings it through 1 and 2. Final time around, down the back, Butler and Garris, those 3 have separated themselves from the field. And they will go to the redraw if they get across the line off of turn 4. It's going to be Ryan Graver in the 21. So Ryan Graver is your winner in the 21. Second was the 04 of Mike Butler. George Garris Jr. is third in the 4U. They are the 3 cars that will go to the redraw. Finishing fourth, the 74 of Jax Jan. Fifth was the 18R of Ryan Krasinski. And your 6th and final qualifier out of heat number 1, the 38 of Dylan Swinehart. Heat number 2 rolling out on the Speedway. And this is how they will line up. Starting on the pole. Remember, we inverted the 4 fastest. And starting on the pole, driving the Kettles, Oak Hill number 18, Ryan Heim. Ryan Heim finished third at Georgetown, Delaware last night. That's why he was not here. And he started dead last in that feature and finished third. Coming 20 spots through the field. Lining up alongside of Heim, the winner of our non-winners race here last night, the G&T Erectors number 32C, that is David Malozar. David Malozar in the 32C. Third starting spot, the BK Trucking. Danny's Pizza Pizzazz number 51 of Matt Peck. Lining up alongside of Peck in the Sweetwater Marina and River Deck, number 9, Joe Toth. The 07 of PJ Bazowski will start in the 5th position. And lining up alongside of Bazowski, one of our co-rookie champions this year, the Shockwave Racing Technologies, number 921 of Aiden Spencer. The other co-rookie champion starts in the next spot. In the 7th starting position in the Flemington Department Store is the number 27 is Hunter Plosky, and alongside of Plosky, in the 59K is Dakota Kohler. John Scarpati is in the S2. He'll start in the 9th spot. Then it's John Cameron in the 57Z and Glenn McIntyre in the number 88. Here they come. 6 to qualify, racing. All right, underway. Heat number 2 for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate. Sportsman Ryan Heim leads him down the back. Matt Peck on the inside of Malozar. Peck surging ahead here, and Peck will grab the 2nd spot off of turn number 4. Joe Toth in a very similar color scheme car, same color and same color numbers. And Toth looking to the outside now of Malozar. Can't get the spot, but he's right there trying to get some momentum up. He's in the 4th spot. Remember, only 3 go to the redraw, 6 qualify, and Bazowski in the 07 currently on the bubble. Hunter Plosky has moved up a couple of spots into 5th. Scarpati is 7th. Dakota Kohler and Aiden Spencer side by side for 8th, and McIntyre and Cameron. Heim will lead lap number 3. Malozar and Toth really going at it for a redraw spot. Heim leading the way by 3 car lengths over Matt Peck. Malozar right behind him, and here comes Toth again. Toth alongside of Malozar now. Side by side for third off of 4. Malozar holds them off. Plosky and Bazowski 5th and 6th. Then it's Scarpati 2 car lengths behind Bazowski. Now right on Bazowski's bumper. Dakota Kohler pulling into the 8th position. Toth continues the pressure. Malozar's turned it up there on Matt Peck's back bumper. Malozar is like, I got to get ahead of Peck if I'm going to hold off Toth. And Toth goes by Malozar and into the 3rd spot. Now Toth will work the outside. He is the only one running out there. He has found the groove, and he's alongside of Peck, and he'll take 2nd. Joe Toth grabbing 2nd with 6 laps complete. He'll set his sights on Ryan Heim. Matt Peck 3rd, Malozar working on him. That's the last redraw spot. Plosky and Bazowski solidly in 5th and 6th, and we have a yellow. We have a car stopped. And it is the 57Z of John Cameron in turn number 2. Cameron just stopped. I don't think he crashed or anything. The car just stopped on the inside of the track, and now he is rolling again slowly as the field comes by. Not sure what happened there. We'll double them up. We are double file to the end of these qualifying races. All double file restarts. Features are double file till the final 5 laps. All lights are off. We're going green next time by. Ryan Heim, your leader in the 18. Joe Toth now running 2nd in the 9. The battle is for the final redraw spot, which is the 3rd position. Matt Peck has it right now in the 51, but it's the 32C of David Malozar pressuring him. Malozar right alongside of him here on the 2nd row. Hunter Plosky in the 27 and PJ Bazowski right now in transfer spots as 6 qualify. John Scarpati running 7th in the S2. Dakota Kohler in the 59K runs in 8th. All 11 starters still out there. Here they come. And there they go. Heim on the bottom, Toth rolling the top. Toth right where he wanted to be, and Toth will race around Ryan Heim and into the lead. Malozar takes over 3rd, and he's looking to get Heim in turn 3. Off of 4, Heim will hold him off Malozar into a redraw spot. Kohler got up high off of 4 and loses several spots. Whoa, Scarpati losing the handle, and everybody squeezes underneath him. And the Roost Restaurant caution out for the 2nd time. With 7 laps in the books, John Scarpati Jr., car just getting out from under him there, and he spins. Everybody able to squeeze by. There was 4 cars behind him in close quarters because they had just had that restart. Bazowski getting by Plosky on the restart. Plosky now on the bubble. Now his co-rookie champion, Aiden Spencer, now is in the 1st spot out of a transfer position. He's in the 7th position now with Glenn McIntyre 8th. McIntyre started 11th, so he's moved up now 3 spots. Field doubling back up. Already signaling white flag. Will go green next time by. 7 down, 3 to go. Lights are off around the Speedway. Up to Ryan Heim. Actually, Joe Toth, I believe, is the leader. Toth is the leader. He elects the outside as his leader's choice. Toth got him on that last restart. We got 1 lap in the books. He picks the outside, so it's up to Joe Toth in the number 9. Here they come off of 4. Hammer down, and we're green. Back underway, some pressure on Hunter Plosky, 3 wide there for the final transfer spot. Glenn McIntyre goes to the bottom. He gets both of the rookie champions and into 6th. And McIntyre moving into a transfer spot off of 4. 2 laps to go now. It's Toth, Heim, and Malozar in the redraw spots. Matt Peck right on Malozar's back bumper. PJ Bazowski and Glenn McIntyre, the top 6 now, with Hunter Pulaski right on McIntyre's bumper. White flag in the air for Joe Toth. Battle is for the final transfer spot. McIntyre and Hunter Pulaski. McIntyre holds him off. Dakota Kohler back up from the rear. He's right behind that duo as he gets by Aiden Spencer. Here's the checkered flag for Joe Toth. So Joe Toth is your winner in the number 9. Second was the 18 of Ryan Heim. Third, the 32C of David Malozar. Toth, the winner, of course, is our all-time leading winner in the crate Sportsman with 18 career wins here. He's also a 3-time champion here, the last one coming in 2023. The other 3 qualifiers all going into the feature event. The 51 of Matt Peck, the 07 of PJ Bazowski, and the 88 of last place starting Glenn McIntyre. Great run for him. He goes from 11th to 6th and is locked into the feature event. One more heat race to go for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and they will line up this way, starting on the pole. Driving the J-Suns, number 226, that is Matt Martino. Matt Martino, regular at the Grandview Speedway. And he will line up on the pole, lining up alongside of him, driving the CTC Construction number 59, the Grandview Speedway champion this year, and second-generation driver, that is Colin Cox. Colin Cox, the son of Tad Cox, who raced here for many, many years in a car that was identically painted as that 59. Third starting spot, driving to Belmont's Garage, number 14 is Ryan Simmons. Simmons, our 2024 champion, and finished second in points this year. And lining up alongside of him in the number 29, Matt Ellery. The third row, our rookie champion last year, Stephen Puglisi in the 43. Ricky Wegner's in the 45. Will Protenix in the 3. 17 is Dan Fleming. Mark Beam is in the 715, and Chris Bergstrom is in the number 3, and we are green. Final Sportsman heat, couple of cars at the back taking some hot laps as we go green down the back. It is Matt Martino grabbing the early lead over the 59 of Colin Cox, and then Ryan Simmons off at turn 4 and down the front. Matt Ellery right there. Ellery looking for some racing room. They exit turn number 2 and down the back. Couple of Grandview cars out in front and a couple of top New Egypt runners here. Ryan Simmons with a win this year. So did Matt Ellery. They finished second and third in points this year. Ellery right on Simmons' back bumper. Only 3 cars to the redraw. Martino was fast here last night. He has been here on an occasion or two. And Matt is always fast here as he brings them back down the front. The J-Suns equipment, number 226. Brotinick running in the 5th spot. Dan Fleming is 6th. Fleming on the bubble right now for the final transfer spot. Steve Puglisi running in the 7th position. Followed by the 45 of Ricky Wagner. Clay Butler modified, pulling off. He was taking some hot laps at the back, and as is Ethan Bill, who was locked into the redraw tonight. He wanted to get a couple of laps on the 14, and he takes it pit side. Working through 3 and 4. This will be halfway. 5 down and 5 to go in this 10-lap heat race. Matt Martino by 4 cars, and Wagner is slow on the front. Ricky Wagner slowing on the front. I think he may have a right rear flat. The yellow lights are on. The Roos Restaurant caution out for the 3rd time, the first time in this 3rd qualifier. Wegner will head pit side, what I believe is a new right rear shoe on the 45. So it's Martino, Colin Cox, Simmons, and Ellery, the top four. Protinick and Dan Fleming running 5th and 6th. Steve Puglisi, the rookie champion last year, and he has been good this year. He finished 14th in points, but he did miss a night here, and he had 2 nights where he didn't qualify or broke early in the night and could not run. So he ended the season on a high note when he finished 5th, his season best finish for Puglisi in the final night of point race of the year on August 30th. Puglisi sitting in the 7th position as we have doubled them up. 5 down and 5 to go. Wegner getting his courtesy lap. And we'll go green next time by as the white flag is displayed. White flag is out. We'll go green next time by. 5 laps to go. We got 5 in and 5 to go here in the 3rd and final heat race for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Next up will be the 1 4-cylinder heat race and then the modified Consi. Of course, the modifieds ran their qualifiers last night. We have 10 cars scheduled to go in the modified Consi tonight with 6 to qualify. All right, it's up to Matt Martino. Martino has led all 5 laps so far. Colin Cox alongside of him. Here they come off of turn 4, racing. And we are back to racing. Dan Fleming hanging in tough there with the top 4. He gets Protinick on the restart. Here comes Puglisi under Protinick off of turn number 2. Protinick shuts the door on him. Martino continuing to lead Colin Cox and Ryan Simmons, the top 3. Ellery on Simmons' back bumper once again. Fleming and then Puglisi as he gets under Protinick and into the 6th position. Puglisi with a good restart and a good run there on Protinick through turns 3 and 4. 3 to go, this time by 3 laps to go for Matt Martino and the rest of the field. Protinick right there looking underneath the 43 of Puglisi. They go down the back, Martino by 5 car lengths over Colin Cox as he is pulled away once again. Here's the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go for Matt Martino. Colin Cox to 2nd, then Simmons and Ellery. They have pulled away from Fleming. Fleming by himself in 5th. Protinick back by Puglisi and Protinick back to 6th. Here's the white flag. 1 lap to go for Martino. Protinick pulling away from Puglisi in that final transfer spot. Final time around, Martino through the tri-oval and into turn number 3, and his lead is 8 car lengths. It's all Matt Martino. Checkered flag in the air, and Matt Martino will win heat number 3. So Matt Martino is your winner in the 226. Colin Cox came home 2nd in the 59. 3rd was the 14 of Ryan Simmons. They're the 3 cars that will head into the redraw. Finishing 4th at 29 of Matt Ellery. 5th was the 17 of Dan Fleming. And Will Protinick, and the 3WP finishes in the 6th position. All right, coming on to the Speedway will be the 4 cylinders. They have a 25-lap 500 to win feature later on. This is the preliminary event. 1 heat race for them, and for all the action, I'll turn it over to my partner, Big Jim Murdoch, as he will call all the action for the 4 cylinders.
Thank you very much, Pete. By the way, 50-50 sellers are now manning the telephones in the office. If you're watching live on YouTube, you can get in it to win it from your couch, your sofa, your bed, wherever you're at, your garage. Call 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. 50-50 operators are standing by right now. 12 cars, one big heat race for the 4 cylinders. They will go this way to the green flag for the 8-lap heat race. On the pole out of Chatsworth in car number 6, that's Dale Mull. On his outside, last night's 4-cylinder winner, Bob Drayton in the X09 out of Southampton. Dom the Bomb, Dominic Antonelli out of Jackson will start third in the 88. Tim Jones is back with us in the number 21. He's out of Yardley. Joe Gary, your points champion for 2025 out of Trenton. He's on the 26. He'll start fifth. On his outside in the P38, that's Bob Weil. Bob Weil in the P38. Bobby Drayton the fourth will start seventh in the 409. On his outside in the 97S, that's Robbie Steinmetz out of Hamilton. Richie Page had some issues in the hot lap session in that red number 1. He's out of Somerset.
Come up for your redraw.
I do not see him out on the track. Logan Mull will start 10th in the number 4. Penny Dunn, after a hot foot last night in the 51P, she'll start 11th. And Eric Degler in the number 1 will start 12th. Kyle Hurley out there taking some laps as the green flag comes out for the 4 cylinders. Three wide through 1 and 2. Give the lead to Dale Mull in the number 6. But here comes Bobby Drayton, last night's winner, diving to the inside, side by side, 2 rows of side-by-side action coming down the front stretch, back into 1. Joe Gary thinks about making it 3 wide. He goes to the inside of Dom the Bomb. Nothing there as Bobby Drayton begins to pull away in the X09. Tim Jones looking good on the 21. He does not run here each and every week, but he does have experience around the racetrack. And they're going to go 3 wide next to Tim Jones. Look at this battle. Joe Gary, Dominic Antonelli, Bobby Drayton the 4th, and Tim Jones in a pack out of turn 2. You're watching that 3 wide battle live on YouTube at home. You can see the 409 on the outside, the 88 in the middle, and the 26 down low. Out of turn number 4, Bobby Drayton is pulling away like he did last night. Good run for Dale Mull on the number 6. He's on second. The 21, Tim Jones is up to third. And here comes Bobby Drayton the 4th on his outside. That's Scott Dunn also out there in the 03. Bobby Drayton looking strong once again. Dale Mull in the number 6 is not runner-up spot. He's going to try to get around the lap car of Scott Dunn. Scotty Dunn in the 03. Mull pulls to his outside. Here comes the 21 of Tim Jones. 2 laps to go, this time by, look at this pack down the front stretch going into turn number 1. Joe Gary in the 26 tries to move up a position. Tim Jones in the 21, Bobby Drayton the 4th, and Joe Gary and Dom the Bomb as the white flag comes out for Bobby Drayton. All the action well behind him. Dale Mull, solid second run, and it's a gaggle behind him once again. 3 wide going into turn number 1. Mull was 2 wide. Out of turn 4, Bobby Drayton will win easily this heat race. Dale Mull, solid second spot. Timmy Jones in the 21, then Joe Gary, Bobby Drayton the 4th, Dominic Antonelli, Eric Degler, the lap car of Scotty Dunn, Penny Dunn, Logan Mullen, Robbie Steinmetz in the 97, and then that P38 once again, Bob Weil. So Bobby Drayton has lost nothing speed-wise from last night to tonight. Pete, I think we have a modified B-main coming up next, but Bobby Drayton's going to be tough to beat, and when he gets out there, he's also tough to pay. We have a fire again in Penny Dunn's car. And the second time in a row, Penny Dunn climbing out of that car in a hurry, her car erupting in flames just like it did last night. She's okay, ladies and gentlemen. She's out of the car and she's okay. As her car burns. Penny Dunn cannot believe it, watching this again, the second night in a row. As the safety team is on scene, they extinguish the flames. Boy, scary moments for Penny Dunn. If there's a hard luck award for 2025, it's going to go to her in the 4 cylinders. She is one of the nicest people you'll meet back in the pit area, and she gets out of that car again in a hurry. This is exactly what happened to Penny in the heat last night, and she was able to make it out for the feature. And the car was able to start the feature after the flame up, but this was a little more intense. Last night it was kind of a flash fire, and this time it was a significant fire underneath the hood of the number 51. Good news is Penny is okay. But we are under red until the 51 can be safely removed from the Speedway surface. And they're going to, they're going to have a hard look at that car to see why it keeps erupting in flames. Almost in the same spot as well where the car had the issue last night, right on the backstretch. So we can see Penny climbing into the tow truck. Again, she's okay. She's a trooper. Boy, you have a scare like that last night, and all she wanted to do was get back out and run that feature. And now the car will be towed off the track. So the fire safety crew back there was able to extinguish that fire relatively quickly once again. Again, our safety crews in New Jersey, if you're not from or not familiar with the state's auto racing policies, and for you folks watching all around the country, the auto racing is regulated by the state police. The New Jersey State Police has a committee that oversees all auto racing in the state of New Jersey. They're made up by a panel of experts from all the different racing facilities. And the safety issues that are required in New Jersey are some of the strictest in the nation. And they do multiple training sessions during the off season to make sure when we have issues like this, unfortunately happening twice in a row to Penny, but everybody is as highly trained as possible to deal with situations such as a fire. So the 51 going off on the hook. I don't know if she can hear. How about a hand for Penny Dunn? Tough luck this weekend. Hopefully she can hear you guys clapping from the tow truck on the backstretch, but we hate to see anything like that happen. And such a fan favorite, too, in the division. Tough luck for Penny. Now, once that car is removed, the red lights will be replaced by the yellow lights. And then we can get underway with our modified consolation race coming out next. Don't forget, folks, 2 weeks, World of Outlaw Sprint Cars, Friday, October 10th, along with the USAC Wingless Sprint Cars. It's a doubleheader for any sprint car fan, any racing fan, to see winged and wingless sprint cars. That's it, just 2 divisions of sprint cars in one night. That's coming up Friday, October 10th. As Pete mentioned earlier, you want to buy your tickets on the World of Outlaws official website. We might need a push truck to the Drayton car. In fact, I think he's climbing out of the car. And following the World of Outlaw race on the 10th, our final weekend, Friday, October 24th and October 25th, that'll be back on YouTube. The World of Outlaw race, of course, will be on Dirt Vision, the entire program, including the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. But we'll be back with you on YouTube on Friday, October 24th, and then Saturday, October 25th for our big Oliver Communications Sportsman weekend. All right, modified Consi making their way to the track. We'll turn the microphone back over to Pete Wortman.
All right, modified heats coming out on the Speedway, and this is how they are going to line. I'm sorry, modified Consi coming out. Last chance to qualify for the 50-lap All-Star Cup shootout. We will take 6. Starting on the pole out of Flemington, New Jersey, in the White House, number 37 is Brian Cool. And starting alongside of Cool out of Hamilton, driving the Valco wheels, number 323, Johnny Bangs. Third starting spot, he drives the Premio Sausage, number 13. From right up the road here in Cream Ridge, that is Steve Davis. And lining up alongside of Davis out of Martinsville in the K&A Excavating, number 51M, Johnny Mack, John McClelland. 5th starting spot. In the House Automotive, number 00 from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Cody Manmiller. And lining up alongside of Manmiller in the Harry Jupilet, number 44, former 2-time champion here at the New Egypt Speedway, that at a Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, the Wind Gap Warrior, Frank Cozy. Joe Toth, who just won his crate heat race in an identical-looking car, now out with his modified. He will start 7th here in the Sweetwater Marina, number 9. And lining up alongside of him in the blue and white number S2, that is John Scarpati Jr. John Scarpati Jr. in the S2. The last row, The Shockwave Racing Technology 92 Junior of George Garrish Jr. And starting scratch on the field in the Jim Weber Motorsports, Hinchman Norsha number 47, Chris Garback. Garback out of South Brunswick. Looks like Clay Butler still having some issues with his 4B and will hang back, take a couple of laps here, see if he's got it sorted out. All right, lights are off. 6 to qualify, last chance to get in to the modified feature event. Here they come. Racing! And we're underway in the modified. Consi Garris gets up a little high there through 1 and 2. They go down the back for the first time. Brian Cool and Johnny Banks 1 and 2. Then Steve Davis. McClellan going right to the top side now. Johnny Mack is Cool leads Banks by half a car length. It's Davis next in line, and McClellan as they exit turn number 2. Frank Cozy holding on the 5th as he's being challenged by Joe Toth. Toth is moving to 6 as he got by Cody Manmiller. Off of 4 and down the front. Through 1 and 2, Johnny Mack working the outside of Steve Davis. He'll edge in front of Davis going down the back. They're side by side in turn number 3 for the 3rd spot as Cool holds off Johnny Bangs back down the front. McClellan is 3rd as he got around Davis. And McClellan's making that outside groove work. He is fast up on the outside, pulling up on Banks now. Cozy and the 9 of Joe Toth right now, the qualified cars. We're 4 laps in out of 10. Down the back they go. Top 6 remain the same. Cody Manmiller is 7th. Garris is 8th. Then Garback. Scarpati has dropped out. Wheeling it. Here comes the 51M of Johnny Mack. Mack around Cool to the lead. Johnny Mack, John McClellan into the lead now. He will bring him down the front. He has found something up on the outside. 4 laps to go for John McClellan, who is wheeling it around the top side. Brian Cool running 2nd, but Bang sees that happen. Got passed by McClellan. McClellan pulling away now. He's going to try Brian Cool on the outside. Bang's like, I can go to school on that. Here comes Bangs around the outside. It'll be 2 to go this time by. Top 6 remain the same. Here's the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go. Through 3 and 4, white flag in hand, and it will be 1 to go this time by for the 51M. Johnny Mack was in the car last night, and he is pulling away a 1/3 of a straightaway over Johnny Bangs. Final turn, checkered flag for the 51M.
Consi's going out on the racetrack right now. After the crate Consi will be the 4-cylinder feature. Please be ready.
Raffle numbers being drawn down at the Pemberton High School. We're going to read out the item number and then the raffle ticket number. And we'll try to get through as many of these as we can, so pay attention. Item number 84, 9416734. Item number 25, 946782. Item number 76, 9416852. Item number 121, 9416366. Item number 54, 9416123. If you have those winning tickets, go to the raffle with the Pemberton Hornets High School.
Folks, the fan of the night is 10-year-old Charlie. And Charlie can meet Miss New Egypt Speedway at the flag stand before the four-cylinder feature and can ride in the pace truck for the four-cylinder feature, which is after this event coming at you now, which will be our Swagger Factory Apparel Sportsman, Crate Sportsman Consolation event. We'll start 14 cars. All right, Crate Consi coming at you. Mark Moore in the 50, Ryan Marr in the 51 will start on the pole. Then it will be the 27 of Hunter Plosky lining up outside. Third starting spot, the 43 of Stephen Puglisi. And lining up alongside of Puglisi in the 20M is Mark Moore. Dakota Kohler in the 59K will go from the 5th starting spot. Alongside of him will be the 3 of Chris Bergstrom. Mike Toth is in the 89. He will start 7th. Alongside of him, the 921 of Aiden Spencer. 9th starting position, the 715 of Mark Beam. Then it'll be the 53 of Duncan Molesworth starting back in the 10th spot. Row number 6, John Cameron in the 57Z and the 45 of Ricky Wagner. And then it's Rocky Kugel from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the 72, and John Scarpati in the red number S2. 14 cars, 4 to qualify. We'll go 8 laps. Last chance to qualify for the Crate Sportsman. And here comes Bergstrom. He's out on the track. And that will make all 14 cars making the call. That's pretty amazing. Every car that did not qualify in the heats, all coming back out and making the call here. That's a very good thing. So 4 to qualify. Last chance for the Sportsman. Folks, we got some more winning numbers. If you had number 85, the winning number is 9416654. 9416654. Number 88, 9416081. That's 9416081. 9416310 has won a prize. 9416308 has won a prize. 9416359 is a winner. And 9416632 is a winner. Please go down to the table and claim your prize. Other winners, 9416441. 9416167, 9416676, 9416648, 9416529, 9416431. All right, we're going green.
Here we go. B main for the Crate Sportsman under green. Ryan Marr in the 51 taking the lead through turns 1 and 2. Hunter Plosky right behind him. Top 4 will qualify. 2 provisionals will be taken out of this one. Battle is for third on back. Racing in a pack out of turn number 4. Stephen Puglisi in the 43. is third, and the number 20, Mark Moore in the number 20 is running fourth, but here comes the 59K of Dakota Kohler. That is the battle for the transfer spot. The 20, the 59K, and the 89. Mike Toth is in the 89, watching that battle right ahead of him. He needs to make up a couple of spots if he wants to be in the feature. Right now, Moore has it. Yellow flag, caution on the Speedway. There's a car in the guardrail in turns number 3 and 4. And that driver begins to pull away. It's in a bad spot for us. Can't see the number just yet. And it looks to be the 715. Mark Beam in the 715 coming to a stop against the outside wall in 3 and 4. He able to restart. And we're going to quickly go back to racing here. Again, 4th, 5th, and 6th. That was the battle for that final transfer spot. Top 4 will go on. 2 provisionals will be also awarded to the drivers in this race. And we got trouble in the back of the pack on the restart. All sorts of problems in the back. We're going to stay yellow. Kind of an accordion effect back there. The 57 now pulling away. That was Cameron. John Cameron in the 57. The 715 once again. And that also could be the S2 of Scarpati back there. Here's a replay from our stationary camera in the turns 3 and 4. This should have a good angle of what happened. We'll try that replay one more time. This was on a restart, very low speed incident in the middle of 3 and 4. We'll take a look at it on the replay one more time. Here's the restart, and you can see a mud plug rolling out of one of the wheels. So slow speed contact involving at least 3 cars. 1 car dropping into the infield. That looks like the S2 of John Scarpati going back to the pit area.
All right, we got some more winners. I believe these are all of them now. They all start with 941. So 9416318. If you have that, you've won a prize. 6489, 6537, 6604, 16305, 6305, 6416, and 6256.
Back to green. The 51 of Ryan Marr leads the way through 1 and 2. Trouble again in the back of the pack. 1 car going around. That looks like Duncan Molesworth, who probably wishes it was Friday night again. He had some good time trials, but tonight has struggled first in qualifying and now in this B main, unfortunately, for the number 53. Again, that was on the restart. Two yellows now, or that's the 3rd yellow on lap number 3. You can see the replay contact, and there goes the 53 around. 10 cars left on the track. Remember, Pete mentioned all 14 cars started, and now we're down to 9. 1 more car dropping out in the pits. We're left with 9 cars on a troublesome lap number 3. We're back to 10 because there comes the 921 back out. Aiden Spencer, your co-rookie champion, back out. All right, 2 by 2. We'll try it again. Hunter Plosky, all sorts of sideways on that restart out of turn number 4. They are once again bunched up through turns 1 and 2, 3 wide for that final transfer spot. The number 20 gets out of that mess. Mike Toth trying to get a run on the outside. 3 wide again through turns 3 and 4. Out of turn 4 this time. There comes Dakota Kohler in the 59K. Dakota Kohler up to the final transfer position. And now Mike Toth in the 89 tries to get a run. Ricky Wagner in 5th. He's being stalked by Mike Toth right now back into turn number 1. So the top 4 now opening up some daylight between Kohler and Ricky Wagner. Top 4 safely out front. Your transfer spots halfway, 5 laps down, 5 to go in this B main. Mike Toth looking to the inside of Wagner, nothing there, they'll drop back in line. Wagner and Toth both need to get around Dakota Kohler. That could be tough because Kohler is a period strong. White flag, 1 lap to go. This is an 8-lap consi for the Sportsman. Your top 4 will transfer. Ryan Marr, Hunter Plosky, Moore, and Kohler. And we'll see who the provisionals go to. We'll wait for word from our officials to see who gets those provisional spots.
4-cylinder feature, you're up on the racetrack. 4-cylinder feature is on the track right now. Let's go.
So Ryan Marr is your winner. Hunter Plosky second. Mark Moore is third, and Dakota Kohler your top 4. They will all move on to the 30-lap Sportsman feature. More winning numbers to read off. Item number 45. These are all numbers that begin with 9416. So we'll read the last 3 numbers. If you have these last 3 numbers, you've won a prize. 614, 613, 615. 790. They are also taping the winning tickets to all the items back there at the raffle, so we're reading these off as quickly as we can. But if you make your way back to the auction area, you can check the winning numbers. They've been posted and taped to the item.
So the last ones we got, the last list, we have 9416299. And I'll just read the last 4. They're all 941. So I think all the tickets are. So it's 6299, 6128, 6571, 6787, and they have Rick in parentheses, so I guess they wrote their name on it. 6650, 6480, and 6349. And I'll rattle off some other ones here. 6318, 6489, 6537, 6604, 6305, 6416, and 6256. 6614, 6613, 6615, 6790, I believe. And then a TV winner is 273587. That's not a 941 number. TV winner is 273587. And the rest of the 941 numbers 6654, 6081, 6310, 6308, 6359, 6632, 6734, 6782, 6852, 6366, 6123, 6441, 6167, 6676, 6648, 6529, and 6431. They are all winners. And like Jim said, they also posted them down there. So if you're not sure if you heard your number or not, go down and check and see if you have one of the winning tickets. Congratulations to all of our winners at the silent auction down there. Let's turn it back over to Jim Murdoch. He will give you the call of the four-cylinder feature event.
We also want to thank all of you folks in the stands for helping out the Pemberton Hornets, the class of 27, the juniors, for supporting them in their endeavors as they try to put together trips and dances and things of that nature. Motorsports big in the local high schools here in the Central Jersey region. The four cylinders just ran their heat, so they're a little bit slow to come out, but the call has gone out. So while they're still coming out, we'll give you the lineup for the feature. This is the way they'll go to the green. On the pole in car number 21, out of Yardley, that's Tim Jones. Tim Jones in the 21. On his outside, last year's point champion in the 23, Kyle Hurley. Kyle Hurley in the 23. This driver finished runner-up in the heat. Strong run for the number 6 of Dale Mull. Dale Mull in the number 6. On his outside, this driver's been on a tear all year. Bobby Drayton III in the X09, last night's winner. The point champion from 2025 will start on his outside. That's Joe Gary. Joe Gary in the 26. Bobby Drayton IV will start next in the 409, followed by Dom the Bomb Antonelli in the 88. Eric Degler will go next in the number 1. And if she could make repairs, having the fire once again, that would be Penny Dunn, would be starting next in the 51P, followed by Logan Mole in the number 4, Robbie Steinmetz in the 97S, Bob Weil in the P38, and Richie Page in the red number 1R. All right, special announcement for the youngsters by the fence. We love the fact that you're enthusiastic with the football, but could you hold off on doing that during the racing action, please? While the races are going, can you just hold off on playing football down front, please? That's a request from management.
Modified feature, you guys are going to run right after this four-cylinder feature. Victory lane will be after.
All right, folks, we're going right into the modified feature after this event. No victory lane. We're going to go right into the modified feature after the four-cylinder feature. We will do the four. There's Penny Dunn. Next time by will be your wave lap. Glad to see Penny okay in the stands right below us. Big wave from Penny. Always smiling, too. No matter what adversity happens to her, she's always out here with a big smile on her face. Like I said, she is a fan favorite in the four-cylinder division. This is your wave lap. First feature of the night starting in the pit grandstands in turn 4. Start that wave. Wave your hands. Wave your cell phone flashlights. Wave your hats. Wave whatever you have. Keep the wave going all the way into turns 1 and 2. Salute these drivers well as they'll be waving back to you. The first feature of the night, 25 big laps, $500 to win for the 4 cylinders. Wave your cowbells. Yes, that's right. It sounds like a downhill European skiing contest out there. Love it. Love the enthusiasm from our race fans. It's so good. All right, here we go. 2 by 2 lined up. The pace starts to quicken. The tension builds. Who is going to be $500 richer at the end of this 25-lap contest? Is it going to be Timothy Jones in the 21? Maybe it's going to be Kyle Hurley in the 23. Dale Mull wants that $500. So does Bobby Drayton the third. The green is out. Double greens wave. The 4 cylinders charge into turns 1 and 2. Dale Mull in that number 6 jumping out of line first, looking to the inside of Kyle Hurley. But here comes the Drayton boys on the outside. They're going to team up and charge into turn number 3. 3 wide for that 4th position. Oh, and Dale Mull gets turned around. He goes for the spin cycle, perhaps some contact off of Joe Gary. We'll try to pop a replay up of that to see if there was any contact. It appeared to be up from here, but we'll watch it on the replay just to see. Tough break for Dale Mull. He's been fast right out of the gate tonight. So Dale Mull getting turned around. He'll have to restart from the rear, unfortunately. As we have a replay, there's that 3-wide battle. And yes, there was contact. It looked like Joe Gary may have hit the inside wall, and then that shot him up to Dale Mull. Let's watch that one more time, Dustin, if we could. It appeared to be slight contact with the inside wall. Yeah, the left front appeared to glance off the inside wall, and that sent him into Dale Mull, and that took Dale Mull around. 3 wide going into 3 usually works in the 4 cylinders. Unfortunately, that time, Mr. Mull, the odd man out. And we've seen that a few times where cars get into that inside wall and it changes the trajectory of the car and it just deflects it right into oncoming traffic, and that appears to be what happened there. By the way, shout out to our production crew this weekend, working hard behind the controls, manning all the cameras and the different angles and the replays and the security cameras is Dustin. Our lead camera tonight is Photog Ryan. Photo and video booth, liquidation sale, $5, 8x10 photos, $5 any DVD in stock, and $1 for the small pictures. See Franny Meeks down there. She's been working hard all summer long, showcasing the great action on film and on DVD from over the years. All right, we'll try it again. Trying to get this 4-cylinder feature underway. Here comes Tim Jones in the 21. We're going to try it again. Down the front stretch, green is out. And Richie Page did make it out in the 1 for this feature. As we go side by side for the lead, Bobby Drayton up top, Tim Jones down low. Wheel to wheel, fender to fender, back into 3. Dale Mull making it back out in the 6 as well. 2 by 2 behind the leader. Through turns 1 and 2, Bobby Drayton the third, pulling away from second place, Kyle Hurley. Oh, Bobby Drayton has been absolutely unstoppable this weekend in the X09. Battle is going to be for second on back as Drayton is already checking out. Joe Gary diving to the inside of Tim Jones through turns 1 and 2. Joe Gary trying to regroup after that mistake before. Oh no, problems in turn 2. Bobby Drayton the fourth, all sorts of sideways, and nobody got into him. Where'd the wreck go? Wow, great heads-up driving from everybody in the back of the pack behind Bobby Drayton the fourth. That was going to be an offshore boat wreck. Out of turn 2. Now there's contact with Tim Jones and Joe Gary. They're hooked up. They've locked bumpers. Now they separate themselves. Action all over the racetrack in the four cylinders. Tim Jones pulls away. Joe Gary now trying to get his momentum back up. Bobby Drayton has about a half a straightaway lead over Kyle Hurley, but I've been watching the mid-pack and the back of the pack where Bobby Drayton, the fourth now, going into turn number 3, is pulling to the outside of Joe Gary. Joe Gary making contact. Oh, and one car hard in the wall, hard up in the air. Joe Gary absolutely harpooned Timothy Jones, took him out, and took out Bobby Drayton, the fourth, with him, and I thought Bobby Drayton was going to go upside down. The whole rear end of that car launched off the ground. Joe Gary looking like he just harpooned the 21 and took out Drayton with him. Here's the replay for you folks watching. Now watch the 26. He's going to have a run. He's not going to lift. Not even thinking about lifting. Boom, right into the left rear of the 21, and up in the air goes Bobby Drayton, the fourth, nearly end over end. We'll watch that replay again from a different angle. Joe Gary somehow pulling away. He's got a right front flat. He pulls off to the infield. One more angle going into turn 3. They're already around, and you can see the Drayton automobile jump off the ground. We'll show the lead camera replay once again. Joe Gary just had a head of steam, and he never even thought about lifting. Right here, there comes the 26, the 21 on the outside, and boom. And up in the air goes Drayton hard into the fence. Remember, a lap ago, the two of them hooked bumpers out of turn number 2. Nikki Leach down in the pit area reporting the suspension is broken on the 409 after his airborne assault into the outside wall. Yeah, not only did he come hard back down on the rear end, but then he smacked the wall a ton. All 3 of those cars in that incident are out. All right, we'll double them up, try it again. Bobby Drayton on the inside, Kyle Hurley on the outside. Haven't really seen this much contact in the 4 cylinders all year. We'll see if Joe Gary can make it back out. All right, we started with 13. We're down to 10. Richie Page was the big winner in that one. He's restarting in 5th in the number 1. All right, Green comes back out. 4 laps in, 21 laps to go in this 4-cylinder feature. Dale Mull trying to make a 3-wide move on the outside, but he got squeezed into the backstretch wall nearly. He had to back out of it, but they're going to still go 3 wide in the back of the pack. Scotty Dunn down low. Dale Mull in the middle, and Robbie Steinmetz on the outside. Here comes Joe Gary. He had that flat tire fixed. Single file through the top 6. Battle for 7th back there. Steinmetz on the outside of Dale Mull. And they are directly behind Logan Mull. Everybody's starting to play nice. We'll click some laps in as Dale Mull got a little sideways out of 4 that time. Bobby Drayton is once again checking out in front, pulling away from Kyle Hurley. Dale Mull getting around his son Logan Mull. Out of turn 4, Bobby Drayton the 3rd, still leading. Kyle Hurley 2nd. Degler's 3rd. Richie Page is 4th. One car real high at the outside. That is Dale Mull once again trying to make a half-mile out of the New Egypt Oval. That allowed Steinmetz briefly to get by him, but Dale Mull back around Robbie Steinmetz. Mull back up to 6th and coming. He's got a long way to go to track down Dominic Antonelli in the 88 for the top 5 position, but he also has 15 more laps to do it. $11 laps in. 14 to go for Bobby Drayton the 3rd. Everybody evenly spaced out, everybody minding their P's and Q's in the second half of this feature as the cross flags will be displayed. We are halfway this time by. 13 down, 12 to go for Bobby Drayton. Richie Page going into turn number 1 has caught Eric Degler, and Dom Antonelli is reeling in Richie Page. That is a battle for the 3rd and 4th positions entering turn 3 right now. Best battle on the racetrack. You're watching live on YouTube. Bobby Drayton working his way through traffic. Coming up on the lap car of Joe Gary. We have a battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th now coming out of turn 4 going into turn 1. Richie Page getting around the outside of Eric Degler. Degler is slowing. I don't know if Eric Degler has pulled into the infield. Gary Sr. also pulled off into the pits. So let's reset this with 9 laps to go. Bobby Drayton III is your leader by a ton. Kyle Hurley is getting annoyed with the lap traffic right in front of him. Wow. Bob Weil and Logan Mull got a little bit tangled up right in front of second place. Bobby Drayton is in another zip code at this point. Reminiscent of Buddy Schweibens in the 305 a couple of weeks ago. Richie Page and Dominic Antonelli going at it. And turns 3 and 4, now entering turn 1. 5 laps to go. It's the Hi, How Are You lap for Bobby Drayton. 5 to go for Drayton. Remember, we'll do victory lane after the modified feature for the 4 cylinders. We're going to go right into the modifieds after this race is over. 4 to go. This time by for Drayton. Dale Mull passing his son Logan on the backstretch. Still the closest battle appears to be Richie Page in the 1 and Dom Antonelli in the 88. They're coming off at turn 2 as Logan Mull pulls his number 4 to the infield. This time by, it'll be 2 laps to go. 2 to go for Drayton. And we're still waiting for second place. Still waiting, still waiting, still waiting. Still waiting. Bobby Drayton has a 3/4 lap lead over second, as the white flag will come out this time by. 1 lap to go for Bobby Drayton, and he will be $500 richer if that car can stay together. White flag waves. Bobby Drayton safely through the exit of turn 2, through the tri-oval, back into turn 3 for the final time. Coming out of turn number 4, Bobby Drayton will eye the double checker flags. They're waving in the air. Bobby Drayton is $500 richer and an All-Star Cup champion. Kyle Hurley now finishes the race in second. Here's the battle for third now. We do have a battle for third out of turn 4. Oh, Richie Page has... Dominic Antonelli will steal third away from Page. Page came up lame. Richie Page's car shut off out of turn 4. Dom Antonelli with a podium finish. Richie Page is 4th, and I believe the P38 of Bob Weil finishes in a top 5 spot. So after some shenanigans in the first few laps, we'll call it that, in the 4 cylinders, they raced nice, clean and green from there on out. So the modified feature will be rolling shortly. By the way, once again, we want to make the announcement. We said it before. We're going to say it again. We love the fact that the youngsters are having a good time with the football. But just don't do it during the racing, please. That's a request by track management. Have fun, but just kind of keep the ball to yourselves during the green flag racing.
All right, this is the way they're going to line up for your All-Star Cup shootout. 50 laps for the modifieds. This is how they will line up starting on the pole. Driving the 4B out of Milford, New Jersey is Clay Butler. And lining up alongside of Butler, driving the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill, Strober Wright Roofing, number 26, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. Godown, a 3-time defending champ now. Third starting spot in the Reed Sod Farm, CTC Construction, Brink Construction, number 5, the Flying Dutchman. That is Jack Butler out of Phillipsburg, and alongside of him, a winner of one of the qualifiers last night in the Mancini Custom Home, number 7M, that is Paul Mancini. Fifth starting spot, driving the Pioneer Pole Building, number 79, is Davey Sammons. Alongside of Sammons, driving the Amwell Auto Body, number 29, is Brandon Grosso, the Belmead Bullet Brandon Grosso, former championeer back in 2023. 2022, he will line up outside row number 3. Row number 4 on the inside, driving the floor machine and tool, number 16, is Loudon Reimert out of Ole, Pennsylvania. And starting alongside of Reimert, out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, our 2020 champion in the CNS equipment, number 6. He's a 3-time winner this year, the Dominator, Danny Buck. Ninth starting spot in the B&T Tools, number 112, is the boss, Cale Ross. And lining up alongside of Ross, another winner of our qualifiers last night, driving the number 6, the Ace Materials number 6, that is Justin Grosso. Row number 6, driving the Marvel's Portable Welding number 1, is the Kid's Kid, Billy Pouch Jr., and lining up alongside of Pouch, driving the Ronnie's Auto Repair number 4M, is Logan Watt. Logan Watt in the 4M. Folks, be sure and be careful getting in and out of the grandstands as you move around, because that metal gets very slippery when it gets wet. DJ Hunt is in the 24. He will start 13th. Alongside of him, the 13T of Anthony Tramontana. Dominic Buffalino's in the Big Spring Car Wash, number 126. He'll start 15th. And alongside of him in the Oliver Communications Group, number 5J, Joseph Brown. The Danny Sommerling owned number 51 is Ryan Krachin. He starts 17th. Then it'll be Dylan Stoyer in the Northeastern Office Supply, number 60. Stoyer out of Bohemia, New York. Johnny Mack, John McClellan, the winner of the consolation in the 51M, will start 19th. Alongside him, the 323 of Johnny Bangs. Brian Cool is in the 37. He'll start 21st. Then it'll be Steve Davis in the number 13. Frank Cozy is in the number 44, the Harry Jew Pullet 44. And he will start 23rd. And the 9 of Joe Choate will start 24th on the field of Sweetwater Marina and River Deck number 9. We had 2 provisionals added, and they are both out there. The 47 of Chris Garback, who was 13th in points, and the 92 junior of George Garris Jr. That will give us 26 starters. Folks, we're trying to keep the cars out there and keep this track before we lose it here, as the light rain coming down and getting the track very wet. And the cars are being sent back to the pit area, as the track is unraceable right now, and we'll keep you updated on what's going to go, but we are now officially in a rain delay. The pace truck bringing them down the backstretch, and the cars lining up and going down the ramp. Back to the pit area. So, folks, we are officially on a rain delay. Folks, if you head back to your car, you can tune in to the PA system here at 91.5 FM. Our PA system comes across that FM channel to keep tabs on what is going on if you do return to your car. I know some people will stay in the main entrance, so we will keep you updated on where we are at with the rest of this show right now. We have rain on radar, and we're checking the forecast for the rest of the evening. But we are in a rain delay with 2 events left on the schedule.
All sportsmen, qualified cars, please report to the bleachers at the start-finish line. Oh, I'm sorry. In the grandstands next to the pit shack. My bad, again. All Sportsman qualified drivers, please report to the grandstands here like we're going to have a driver's meeting.
All right, folks, we still got a lot of raffle tickets or a lot of raffle prizes that have not been claimed. If you bought tickets for the silent auction behind the grandstands down towards turn 4, a lot of them have not been claimed. The tickets are the winning tickets are posted down there. Take a walk down there. Perfect timing now to do that and get your prize. Got a lot of winners down there and still haven't claimed your prize, so we want to make sure. Yeah, so I would recommend you go check. There's not a lot to do right now, obviously, so it would be a good time to check. We do have some. I'll read the tickets they just gave me again, but these are posted down there. They wrote them down and brought them back up. They're all obviously start with 941. We have 6308. 6632, 6604, 6416, 6305, 6571, 6167, 6613, 14, and 15, 6256, 6359, and 6310. All start with 941. But if I was you, I would go down with your tickets, see if you're one of the winners. There's a lot of prizes left. All the tickets are posted. Folks, I'm checking into the 50-50 for you, so I just got to radio the main office, see if they've got it all counted up and ready to go. We could do that. So hold on a few seconds here, and I'll get back to you. If you're joining us on YouTube, we are currently in a weather delay here. We had the modified feature on the track and was giving the lineup. We just have the modified and the Sportsman feature left. All right, folks, the 50-50 is being counted. They've been working on it, and they are almost done. And when they are, they will come up to the tower, and we will draw it and announce the number. So that should be about another 5 minutes or so. A lot of stuff going on right now, as you can imagine. All right, microphone is coming down to Nikki down there, and the 50-50 is ready. So we're coming to you. Just wait right there by the flagger stand. As soon as we get the microphone, we're going to draw it.
We're making our way down here. The rain has almost stopped, by the way, too. It's maybe a light drizzle coming down the steps here. I don't know if this is a lull, but at least for now it's encouraging a little bit. All right, we got the 50-50. All right. Pick one ticket, close your eyes. Absolutely, you can read it.
Okay, it's first, the money was $706. The ticket is a yellow ticket, and the number is 844898. It's a yellow ticket, and the number is 844898. Come to the office if you have the ticket.
Draw again, they say. No. And then what's the... Well, it's all but stopped. The problem is the track took a lot of water, but it is starting to run back in. So if this stays the way it is and the rain doesn't come back, we probably need about a 45-minute window. Who knows?
Yeah, folks, for those of you watching on YouTube, you can't really see it. The rain has just about stopped here. As you can see, we have trucks on the track, and the track is starting to run back in here. Obviously, it will take a little time. So we'll see how this works out. But we want to thank you for waiting and watching during this weather delay. So, folks, those of you watching at home, we have quite a few of you still tuned in here, and we want to thank you for that. While we're working the track back in here, and we'll keep you apprised, we are going to switch to some content. We don't have anything new since last night, but we will show you some of the highlights from championship night here a couple weeks ago, and some of the interviews involved with that. So it'll give you something to watch at home rather than watch the trucks go around the track. And we'll come right back the second we are putting race cars back on the Speedway.
We're down here with Jim Brown and Bobby Played for the first time in 5 years. Hard to believe, but this four-cylinder class has come a long way. You and your son, and of course the Dunn family, you can't say enough about them to really get this class off the ground and running. But my, how it's changed over the years. The competition, a heck of a lot more tough out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit stiff competition out there, but it's pretty good.
What did it feel like here at New Egypt this season? You started racking up good place finishes. You didn't have a win until tonight, but that consistency really paid off.
I never give up. I just keep going, keep trying different things until I can pull it off.
And then you run a couple of other tracks. So what are your plans in 2026? Are you going to be back in New Egypt to defend your championship? Are you going to go for another championship next year?
We're not sure yet. We'll find out where we're going to end up at.
They always bounce around in the beginning of the year to see where the top threes and wins are coming, right?
True. Yeah, we'll just try different tracks and see where we're at and how the competition is. And I like to go where there's the best competition. This way here, we have some fun.
How does it feel to be a champion in the four cylinders?
It's been good.
It's been a while, but here you are once again.
Yes.
Joe Gary Sr., your four-cylinder New Egypt Speedway 2025 track champion.
You've really become a hell of a sprint car racer here at New Egypt.
Yeah, we've put the effort in for years. We've got a pretty good operation out of it. I just got to thank my dad. I think I put a lot of effort into getting better as a driver, but the car is all him. The launching off the corner is probably more him than me. So I'm just happy I get to turn the wheel and do the interviews on the front stretch. But it's been a good year. This is kind of stuff I dreamed of since I was a little kid. So it's pretty surreal.
Well, you don't have to dream about it anymore. I see how hard he works. I get here early. I see the car out of the trailer. I see him working on the car. I know how much it means to him to see you come out here and win championships and win races, and that makes him happy. So you're doing what he wants you to do. You're making him happy. You're making yourself happy. And the drive is a whole lot easier when you do stuff like this. You're holding that champagne. We're going to take you guys to victory lane so you can pop the cork. But well-deserved. You drove a hell of a race tonight. Very calculated. You weren't trying to go crazy, trying to catch them. You waited, picked your moves, done what you had to do, and you're a champion.
Yeah, that's about as exciting as I could hope we could end it on. I thought first lap I saw Brendan went fourth to first, and I thought maybe that was going to be the story of the race, but got lucky. Yellow came out when I needed it. We had a nice duel with Brendan. That was as exciting as anything we've done in years. So just pretty much a perfect night. Hopefully it's a good weekend, and hopefully next year is just as good.
All right, we'll look forward to that. This is Mick D'Agostino. He is your 2025 wingless champion. Let him hear it.
Here you are again. You know what was neat about this season, Rob? You help a lot of cars out there. A couple of those cars, those drivers that you help, also found victory lane. It just shows that you're giving away some of your secrets, but it's made the whole class more competitive as well, and that's really neat to see.
Yeah, it's really good to see other guys that you help do good. It's a good feeling.
What does it mean to you to get another track championship here? You always come with top-notch equipment. You always roll out of your hauler with that ambition to park it in victory lane. That's the attitude you've brought all your career. Doesn't matter what track you show up at, but pavement, dirt, wherever you are. That's the attitude of a winner and a champion.
Yeah, no, it's you got to put in the weekly grind. Every week come in, and it's all good. It's just it's a challenge, but these are good fans here. It's a good place to race, close to home, and something to do on a Saturday night.
How does it feel, and what are your plans going into 2026?
Oh, I don't know. We got a lot of stuff going on over there at Jimmy's and stuff, with James, and who knows? Come and run some races, when I get some free time.
Not a regular next year, but you'll be here when you can.
You always say that. You got to see how it starts out. If it starts out good, then you get, roped into going all year.
All right. You are the champion of 2025.
Thank you.
Rob Ormsby, street stock champion at New Egypt Speedway.
Seven championships at New Egypt. What an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple weeks ago, we get to 200. You think that's not going to happen, and then that happens, and then you coming in this week, you're right there, and, you're just trying to go through the motions the best way you can. And, I thought mentally I did prepared pretty good. I mean, I know I drove my girlfriend nuts, but just trying to go over in the shop with our normal deal and do what we do. And that's, and to coming out for the feature, I said, we just got to go. You know, we can't wait, and we can't do this, can't do that. And, you know, that's what we did, and it worked out this time. You know, it's like I said, it's unfortunate for Danny. Danny had a heck of a season. He ran up front, and I told him back there in Tech, I said, you're due. You're going to get it. And, you know, but just can't take all my sponsors. Obviously, you know, I got Dave's here tonight, Izzy Truck and Rigging, that supports me a lot. Strober Wright Roofing, Crescent Hydraulics, TMI, Ellery's Bar and Grill, Banco Heating and Plumbing. And obviously one guy, I didn't say it before, but Stefan LaFrance at Trick Race Parts. I mean, you know, me and him talk on a daily basis of what to do and how to do it. And without him, we wouldn't be standing here. And, you know, you just keep picking away and do the best you can. And that's surround yourself with all these guys. And like I said, I feel like I got the best crew. I feel like I got the best sponsors, and all I got to do is go out there and drive. So, you know, it makes my life a little easier. Obviously, it's super awesome to me to have my son and my daughter here tonight. Probably more cool than anything, to be honest with you. Didn't think that would ever happen again, and just that's pretty cool. And just gonna enjoy this one tonight. Then we got to get up early and go to Big Diamond tomorrow.
Well, the coolest thing I thought was when you came on Wide Open Wednesday before I brought you on the camera is you and Savannah. And I've seen you through your whole career. And to see Ryan go down, mature as a person, as a man, and do what you've accomplished in not only in racing but in your life, Ryan, that's something that you can be proud of. I mean, your son's a great guy. Your daughter, you know, and everything you got going on. Like I told you before, we had all the naysayers, and the clock is turning the other way now. You got a lot of fans out there, and you're doing a hell of a job, and it's very well deserved that you got this championship.
Yeah, you know, it's like I said, it's a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and just it's a whole totally group effort. And you know, and when there's no I in team, there's no give up in this team. There was nights this year that, you know, we went home with our tail between our legs and didn't think we're even going to get top 4 in points. And you know, there's times we came here on a Saturday when modifieds were off, we practiced, and to not even go to a paying show, and that's not what we usually are about. But we just had to get the whole, you know, train back on the tracks and try to keep rolling there. And you know, I figured the last month and a half we did turn it around, and just kept plugging away. We weren't always perfect, but we're there, and we never gave up. And just like last week, and when we got the flat, we just never gave up. And you know, it was pretty cool. You know, I went down to my mom and dad's, you know, grave this morning, and then to talk to them all through. Obviously, every week we do, but you know, it's something special. Obviously, my dad's birthday was August 26th, so it's all in the same week. So, you know, it's just people you never forget. Which, you know, Nick, we talk about it all the time. It's life is short, and you got to enjoy what you have in front of you, because before you know it, it's gone.
Well, he is your 2025 modified champion, 7-time modified champion, Ryan Godown.
This is Nick Leach live at New Egypt Speedway with a new challenge for our modified drivers. It's called the Modified 5-Second Challenge. What we're going to do is we're going to hand them a phone. It's going to have a timer on it. They're going to click start, and they got to stop it to see how close they can get to 5 seconds. This ought to be fun. Our first victim is coming up. Wait. All right, 3.7. What do you get?
4.43.
Not even close.
It's not terrible.
No, it's not.
Uh,
2.11.
Yep.
Wow. He went a little over, but he's at 5:48. .18. Shit, I wasn't even close. If he was drag racing, he'd be good. 1.31 seconds. I don't get it. Damn, well, he ain't a drag racer.
I was way off.
He ain't a drag racer. He was right at. Okay, go. Holy, 261.
Wow.
That's how I know when I'm doing something wrong. 270. Did better than most. Go.
Still no good.
What was it?
2.7.
1.3. See? I got a fast reaction time.
Well, you good drive. $688. So you were over. XTP, Extreme Diesel Performance Drivers Questions of the Week. We're going to ask you 10 questions. There's more than 10 now, right? We're going to ask you these questions. Give us the honest answers as you can. If you hear, I'll ask you no. I'm going to ask you 10 questions. Give me as honest answers as you can, best as you can, and we just go from there, all right? All right. What's your hometown?
Jackson's where I'm living.
All right. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway?
Well, I've been coming here since I was a little kid. It's 15 minutes from the house.
Oh, you've heard me for a long time then, huh?
Sure have.
Okay. What is your favorite racetrack other than New Egypt?
The only other one I've ran is Bridgeport.
Okay. All right. Who is your favorite race car driver?
I'd have to be me.
How about that?
No.
First guy to say that. Awesome. All right. What is your favorite racing memory as of today?
Ooh, boy. Man, there's quite a few coming to mind. I guess my first time making it to Tech.
Cool.
That was quite the experience.
Okay.
I'll get there.
Okay. Why, other than being crazy like the rest of us, why do you do this?
Same thing, man. Just my dad used to bring us here when we were kids, and I got a lot of memories playing on that playground and watching these cars go around. And
that's awesome.
Just to be involved is pretty cool.
I don't have to move because he's going to back up. All right, non-racing questions. What is your favorite ice cream?
Strawberry.
Strawberry. Wow, I would have never thought that. Favorite food?
What do you think it was?
Not a lot of people like strawberry. No. The only time I liked strawberry was when them 3 vanilla chocolate strawberry squares my mom used to give me.
I'd always take the strawberry right out.
No kidding. All right. Favorite food?
I'm a real meat and potatoes guy. So probably backstraps and mashed potatoes.
Okay. For those of you who don't know what backstraps are, if you don't know, you need to ask somebody because that's pretty good stuff. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
Cherry Pepsi.
There you go. Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Busch Latte.
Ah, nice. Favorite TV show or movie?
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
That's cool. All right, dog or cat?
Dog.
Okay. What do you hope to accomplish in 2025?
Keeping this car in one piece would be nice. Be a nice change of pace.
Okay. Now, being you've been here all these years, if you were a car owner, who would you put in your car and why?
Well, I am a car owner.
Any division. Doesn't have to be yours.
It'd have to be my crew chief, Ken. The amount of hours he puts in this car it's unreal. And if he asked, he'd jump in that thing in a heartbeat.
All right, we have a question of the week, Mike. One question, one answer, and why? 100 men, 1 gorilla. Who wins the fight?
Depends who the 100 men are. All you need is Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris, he says. So it depends who the 100 men are, or the gorilla could win?
Well, I mean, obviously the gorilla's got an upper hand, but the gorilla's got to run out of energy eventually, right? 100 men, that's a good amount of people to go through. Just let me be like number 99 or 100, and I might have a chance. 100 men.
Why?
100 men, 100 weapons,
Everybody's adding weapons.
100 men, 100 weapons, you work together, utilize a plan,
Okay.
Take down one gorilla.
I agree with you.
How big's the gorilla?
Well, it ain't King Kong. Nobody liked that idea.
Yeah, 100 men.
All right, you got it.
Planned and executed.
All right,
100 men, because teamwork makes everything. If the men work together, they're going to knock one out. You ain't no I in team. That's how you win races.
It's another good one. Thanks, Bill.
One gorilla, I guess. I don't know.
Well, why?
They're nasty.
Hey, help your boy out.
Do the men have guns?
Yeah. What's the rules on this? We're racers, man.
You're fighting.
We're racers. What can we use?
Come on, man. It ruined the whole fight, didn't it? You know, when we started,
I'm not prepared to hear the answer to, though. I feel like there's
So, all right, who? 100 men or one gorilla? Who wins the fight?
100 men, I guess.
Okay, 100 men.
100 men.
Why?
The indomitable human spirit. We will not give up.
Damn, that's a good answer too. I got two good answers that I believe are the best answers so far. Thanks, Jack.
I don't know that a gorilla can prepare as well as we can game plan for this.
All right, but if you start throwing haymakers, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one punch.
All right, Jack.
Got to go with 100 men.
Why?
Well, I think a gorilla's eventually going to get tired. I mean, if you have it, everybody's got to be on board. You got to have everybody ready to fight. I mean, if the first 10 go in there and they're scared and they're not going after them, then the gorilla might take us out. But I think 100 men could do it.
What if the gorilla is King Kong?
Well, that's different.
One swipe.
That's different. Then we're
Okay,
done.
that's different.
That's
We're not
different.
talking
And it's
just
also
regular gorilla.
Is it like everybody, like any man can
No,
get
you pick
entered?
your 100, I guess.
Oh, if you pick your 100, I think we could take one out with 10.
Oh, well, see, there you have it.
I'll stand back. I'll pick 9 UFC fighters, and
You're
I'll
in
just
the top
watch.
3 with the answers. You're in my top 3. Thank you. That's the question of the day.
Oh, man, I've been seeing this. One gorilla.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I think 100 men got it. I mean, 100 v1. I mean, if you're smart, you got to be smart about it.
But a gorilla's pretty big.
Yeah, but if you're smart, I mean, you get 5 people to take him out.
All right.
100 me's, I'll definitely win against the gorillas.
Okay. The gorilla? Why?
I don't know. Just sounds good.
Okay.
Gorilla's going to get tired.
Okay, the gorilla's going to get tired. Okay.
100 men.
Why?
There's a lot more than there's a lot more in 100 than there is one.
Yeah, but King Kong's considered a gorilla. What if it's King Kong?
Sure, there's something on this planet that will get them down.
All right, I believe in you. Let's fight.
The gorilla.
Why?
Because the 100 men ran.
Good answer, Pat. Fight.
A gorilla all day.
Why?
They're badass creatures. I don't think that 100 men are stopping them, not even if they're all shack-sized.
See that? Man after my own heart.
Well, it depends on who the gorilla is. If I'm the gorilla, they don't stand a chance.
So you're saying the gorilla wins?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Because that's what they're built for.
Okay. All right.
400 pounds of fighting fury.
Is that what we got in that 704 tonight?
We got more than 400 pounds.
All right. I'll take that answer.
Probably the gorilla.
Matt says he don't know, but he's picking the gorilla. All right.
The gorilla does.
Why?
It's big and strong.
Okay.
Gorilla.
Why?
I'm not sure why.
I don't know.
Just pick. She don't know.
Right. I'm going with the gorilla.
Why?
Because the 100 men tried to steal his bananas off the tree, so he started whooping some ass, and that was the end of it.
All right. Sounds good to me.
All
That's
right.
perfect.
There you go.
Perfect. We're here with Steve Puglisi, who drives the number 43 crate Sportsman XTTP. Driver questions of the week, extreme diesel performance. When there's 10 questions, you can lie if you want the answers. The first question is, you're really setting yourself up for trouble with that. You know that, right? Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm telling you. Trust me. I've known her. She comes from a crazy family. Okay. The good thing is, never mind. I'm not going to say nothing. What's your hometown?
Beechwood, New Jersey.
Beechwood. Oh, no wonder why you hang out with Mancini. Okay. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway?
It's local, and I don't know. It's just I've come here since I was younger, and it's just a place where I wanted to race.
What is your favorite racetrack besides New Egypt?
I'd say Port Royal. It's big, it's fast, long straightaways.
Who is your favorite race car driver?
Kyle Larson. He's he's the best to ever do it.
There you go. And he's still going. What is your favorite racing memory to date?
I'd have to say winning on championship night for the rookies. All my family from Florida was here, and I won that, and I got the championship, so I was in victory lane for both of those.
Oh, that's cool. All right, other than being crazy, like the rest of us, why do you do this?
I don't know. We're all stupid, but It's fun, something to do on Saturdays. It's something me and my dad get along over well. So,
All right, non-racing questions. You ready? What is your favorite ice cream?
cookie dough.
Oh, I mean, I've got a couple of them. The most popular one is chocolate chip mint, believe it or not. Favorite food?
I'd say steak.
Your buddy said sushi over there. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
Coke.
Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Jack and Coke.
Okay. Favorite TV show or movie?
If NASCAR's on or something racing related.
Dog or cat?
Dog.
Okay. What do you hope to accomplish in 2025?
Hopefully I get a win tonight. I want to get that out of the way. And just even the top 3 would be good.
Now, if you had a chance, you were a car owner, who would you have drive your race car and why?
Rob Mancini. I'd have him drive my race car. I've heard all the stories about him racing, and I know I'd have to go through a lot of parts, but it'd be fun to watch.
I have a lot of old footage of Rob. I'll put it on the YouTube channel, and you can check it out. Thanks, bud. Good luck tonight. All right? XTB driver questions of the week. Extreme Diesel Performance. I want to ask you these questions. You just answer them, Mike. You know what to do. I'll bait you. You'll be all right. All right? What's your hometown, Mikey?
Hellertown, PA.
Okay. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway?
I don't know. I like it here. I like the track.
Okay. That's a good reason, Mike. What is your favorite racetrack other than New Egypt?
Port Royal.
Yeah, that is a showplace. I was
It
watching it on
is.
TV. It's
the best dirt track there is, I think.
Who is your favorite race car driver?
My kid.
That's all right. What is your favorite racing memory as of today?
I don't know. Running side by side with my son.
All right. And other than being crazy like all the rest of us, why do you race?
I don't know. I got into it late teens and just stuck. You know, I don't know what it is. It's
All right.
addiction.
It's a cancer that can't be cured. What's your favorite ice cream?
Chocolate chip cookie dough.
Oh, that's a different one. What is your favorite food?
Lobster.
Oh, man, that's different too. You're giving us all kinds of different answers. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
Coca-Cola.
Okay. Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Miller Lite.
A lot of Miller Lights. All right. Favorite TV show? Or movie?
Flow Racing.
See, he's a racer. Thrown for dog or cat?
Dog.
What do you hope to accomplish in 2025, Mike?
Hopefully get another win before I'm done and out.
XDB driver questions of the week. Extreme Diesel Performance. We're here with Pat Wall, who drives the number 5W. We're going to ask you 10 questions, Pat. Give us the best answers that you can. If you give the wrong answer, you'll hear, and I'll say, try again. No. All right. What is your hometown, Pat?
Cream Ridge.
Cream Ridge, so you're close to it. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway?
Because I live in Cream Ridge.
Because he lives close. Okay. What is your favorite racetrack other than New Egypt Speedway?
Delaware 13.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody else just said that too. All right. Who is your favorite race car driver, Pat?
Jimmy Horton.
That's cool. Okay. What is your favorite racing memory as of today?
Winning the big block race about 10 years ago.
Awesome. Other than being crazy and out of your mind, like the rest of us, why do you do this?
That's it. There's no logical sense in this sport, I can tell you that. If there was, nobody would do it. So It's just competition. I grew up with competition, and that's what we come out here for.
All right, non-racing questions. What is your favorite ice cream?
Vanilla with rainbow sprinkles.
No, rainbow sprinkles. Not Jimmy or sprinkles?
Nope. Rainbow.
Sprinkles.
Sprinkles.
Favorite food?
Steak.
And potatoes?
And potatoes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
Heineken. Non-alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic Heineken. Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Heineken.
See? So if you feel non-alcoholic, okay, I got you. Favorite TV show or movie?
YouTube racing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You watch me on YouTube? Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Pat. All right, dog or cat?
Dog.
All right. What do you hope to accomplish in 2025?
I'm hoping to finish the season out like I started. We've had a very good year. It's been competitive. We've had some speed, and just looking to keep it one piece. So I don't have to rebuild the whole thing over the winter.
XDP, Extreme Diesel Performance Drivers Questions of the Week. What is your hometown?
New Gretna, New Jersey.
New Gretna, New Jersey. That's down near the shore. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway, Paul?
It's just so close to home, and it's probably the best track around, honestly.
All right. What is your other favorite racetrack to race at?
Maybe Alltech, because I sucked and it was really hard. And I want to get better.
Who's your favorite race car driver?
Probably Larson. Yeah, how can you not like that guy?
What is your favorite racing memory to date?
Probably winning last year at Bridgeport. Yeah, I'd say that's probably my favorite.
Okay. Other than being crazy like the rest of us, why do you do this?
Because we're all stupid. No, I don't know. What else are we going to do? We'd all be lost without it. It's all everybody here knows.
All right. Non-racing questions. What is your favorite ice cream?
I don't eat ice cream.
Down there at the shore with all the
Yeah,
soft
not
serve
really.
places? Okay. All right. Favorite food?
Sushi.
Yeah, see, down near the shore. Yeah. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
Probably root beer. Yeah.
Okay. Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Jack and Coke.
Jack and Coke. Favorite TV show or movie?
Whatever's on Flow that night.
Okay. You're not the only one. Dog or cat?
Dog for sure. Yeah.
What do you hope to accomplish in 2025?
Win one of these races. I mean, I feel like I've been so close. Just need to put a perfect night together and hopefully win one.
All right, folks, if you're watching on YouTube, we have been in a weather delay. It slowed down and almost stopped. Actually did stop for a few minutes, and we got all the Sportsman and Modifieds on the track. We got the track back good enough to pull the Sportsman off. The Modifieds, whose feature is next, are on the track. We had them picking up the pace, and the track was coming in nice, and we had a lot of thumbs up but a few thumbs down, and I believe we still have light precipitation coming down, and we just haven't quite gotten there yet. The cars were going a much quicker pace, and they are still doing that, trying to get this track back. We are right on the verge of going racing here, and I think the light rain picked up just a little bit. Not enough to make it bad, but enough to keep it from getting to race ready. We're right on the edge of it right now. It's amazing. The cars have done, and the race teams have done an extraordinary job of getting the cars out there and keeping this track where it is, getting it to where it is, and keeping it right there. This is a tough deal for everybody involved, the fans, the race teams, the officials, but we are right there and trying to do everything we can to get this track back and go racing. It has, if you're watching on YouTube, it has been almost an hour, just about an hour now since we pulled the cars off because it was raining too hard. And we are getting close here at this point. And I know you can't see it at home, but the track is getting a little shinier and the rain is coming down again. Not real hard, but steady and light. And there are these little these tiny cells on radar that keep forming and unforming, and we've gone through various degrees of it here, and we were so close to getting the track back. And all the fans on YouTube, just to let you know, we did draw a 50-50 while we were showing you that content, and it was a yellow ticket from here at the Speedway. So we did have a winner that was here locally at the Speedway. So we want to thank everybody at home for playing that called those numbers to try to play from home. And we encourage you to keep doing that each and every week here. We have one big show left. Remember, we got the World of Outlaws coming up. Of course, that will be on Dirt Vision, as all World of Outlaw and Super Dirt Series races are. They have their own TV station. But in a month from now, on Friday the 24th of October and Saturday the 25th of October, a big two-day show highlighting and headlining the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. They will run 50 laps for $4,000 to win. We're expecting a big influx of Crate Sportsmen from all over to invade here for that in a big field of cars. We had 34 here tonight for $1,500 to win. That is going to be $4,000 to win. It's like a modified purse for the Sportsman, which they rarely get. And they will run their qualifying and match races on Friday. We'll have more on that. You can check on our website. And their feature will be on Saturday. A big addition to that weekend, other than all our support divisions, is that the Mass 305 sprint car, wing sprint cars, will be here both nights. Full show each night, Friday night and Saturday night. And they are always exciting here. And the modifieds are being pulled off the track. You can see the track is wetter than it was before. And the modifieds heading back to their trailers, back to the pit area, and that is not what we wanted to see at this point. as the rain just keeps lightening and getting heavy again in varying degrees here. And we were just about there. We had about 3/4 of the drivers, or 2/3, giving us the thumbs up versus thumbs down when the rain picked back up again. So if you're watching at home, we are still in this weather delay. It has been an hour now. And the car is heading back to the pitter after having all the cars in both features out on the track for the Sportsman and Modifieds, and then pulling the Sportsman off and letting the Modifieds open up a little bit. And we were so close to being able to line them up. Folks, remember you can see us on the web at www.newegyptspeedway.net to keep track of all the news during the off season and all the news coming up for our two-day show we just talked about at the end of October on the 24th and 25th. That headlined by the Sportsman division. No modifieds that weekend, but we will have the Mass 305 sprint cars here for 2 nights. As we stay on ring delay here, and we will bring the trucks back out to try to keep the... Remember, our FM station is 91.5. It doesn't work very far from the Speedway, but it does work around the grounds and maybe as far as Wawa. That's might be pushing it. That is our station for our public address system, which I'm talking on now. So you would be up to date here. If you're out in your car, you can tune that FM station in and keep track of what's going on. Once again, I want to thank all you fans for sticking with us here. Nothing really anybody can do at this point in time. We're just trying to keep the track as best we can. Did a great job of getting it back here. Got right to the verge. Want to thank everybody on YouTube for hanging out with us too. We see quite a few people still watching. And we are doing everything we can to finish this show.
Modified drivers, come up here by the pit shack. Mr. Moore would like to speak with you. And you can speak with him. Thank you.
Well, folks, I see we've picked up about another 80 viewers on YouTube. We have about, for you fans here, just to keep you abreast of things, we have 750 people right now watching on YouTube. It has actually gone up during this rain delay. It went down at first. We had more when we were getting ready to race. Everybody wants some racing. Well, once again, if you're watching on YouTube, and you just tuned in, and it seems like we have numerous people tuning in. We are on weather delay. I have heard that several other tracks around are currently on weather delay or trying to get out of weather delay, just like we are. So people jumping around, I'm sure, trying to find something that's to watch. And it seems to have lightened up again, although I'm not outside. I went out there before, and it was lighter than it had been. We had cars on the track for over 20 minutes, probably 25 minutes, and I know that was taking a toll on fuel as well on their cars. Modifieds, and the modified, we want to thank, now that it's quiet and the teams can probably hear us, we want to thank all those teams for everything they have done here tonight to try to get this track back. And we are still on weather delay. That was quite a bit of running around for them. And it does not go unnoticed by the officials or the fans. That was really a sight to see. If you just tuned in, you missed. We had every car in the pit area out on the track for the 2 features we have left to run, which, by the way, are the modified All-Star Cup Shootout and the Sportsman All-Star Cup Shootout, our final 2 races. And if you're just tuning in and you have not tuned in before, we were right at the parade laps and the lineup for the modifieds as the rain came and picked up enough to kick the cars off the track. And after about 35, 40 minutes, we were able to get cars back onto the track, and we got very close to being able to go. We had all the Sportsmen and modifieds on the track. We cleared the Sportsmen. We let the modifieds pick up the pace. We were very close. We had about 2/3 of the drivers giving us thumbs up, and the rain picked up, and we kind of went backwards, and then we kind of got it back again, and then the rain picked up a little bit, and we had to pull them off the track because it got a little too wet, and it wasn't making any progress. We really needed to stop to get the cars back out on the track because we were using fuel, and the guys were really doing a great job. Had every car out there. The track actually is in great shape. You can see the shininess on the front straightaway. That's how I'm judging it. When it gets like that, it is a little too wet, but it's not too wet to bring cars back out, but we need it to stop. That's the problem right now. Because this back and forth, all we do is pace around and keep the track right on the edge, and we don't get anywhere. And there are a lot of dry spots in these showers, so as anybody passes any information along to me, I'll pass it along to you, the fan, both here and at home.
Guys, start getting ready. I need the Sportsman guys out on the racetrack. Run it in. Run your hot lap session. As soon as you come off, the modified feature will be rolling up on the racetrack.
All right, let's keep the fans updated. I just heard an announcement in the pit area. They are calling the Sportsman to the track for hot laps. And once the track is run in, the modifieds will come out and start their feature. That is the plan right now. Sportsmen are being called to the track as we speak. The pace truck is back on the track. So all sportsmen out to the track to run the track in and get some hot laps for their feature. And then we will pull them off when the track's ready. The modifieds will come out, line up, and we'll go racing. So for those of you at home and here, that is the plan right now. They are calling the sportsman out. I just heard the Clay Butler, our pit steward, call the sportsman to the racing surface, and the pace truck with the lights on is back out on the track again.
Great guys, I need you out on the racetrack. Now. Thank you. In advance.
All right, folks.
It's a pretty piss poor excuse. Get out on the racetrack.
All right. If you're watching at home on YouTube, we have hit a dry spot. It has stopped for now, and we are calling the sportsman out to work the track in and run some hot laps real quick, and then the modifieds will come out and run their feature. And that is the current plan. We have put equipment back on the track to help the sportsmen, when they come out, get the track in even quicker. This will be take two. We had all the sportsmen and modifieds out there before, and then we left the modifieds out, and they ran fast laps, and they had the track about 5 laps away, let's put it that way. Most of the cars were giving us thumbs up. Some were the thumbs down, and all of a sudden we got a heavier shower, and it kind of pushed us back in the other direction. And when I say heavy, nothing has been real heavy. It has been this light form back and forth. So the sportsmen being called out. Right now, none have come out on the track yet. But they were just called out, so about 3 minutes ago.
All right, for our YouTube viewers, so you like to watch our replays of the action out there, we're going to take a lap around the track from our cameras. We're going to follow the pace truck into turn 1 from our front stretch camera aimed at turns 1 and 2. Now follow that pace truck all the way. There's our camera looking down the front stretch. Let's go to our next camera, which is located at the exit of turn 2. So we've got 1 and 2 in that shot, and our next camera should be in the backstretch. There's in the middle of the trioval where the backstretch bends kind of like at a 45-degree angle. And there's the other half of that 45-degree angle. That's the short chute going into turn number 3. And there's our pit exit camera looking down the short chute as they enter turn number 3. And we come around. That's our popular replay camera in the middle of 3 and 4. And as we travel and down, look at the front stretch camera, that's looking down turn 4. They're coming down the front stretch. That's right over the flag stand. And we go back to our stationary camera up top. So there's a lap around New Egypt Speedway for you viewers. The radar, we have a window. If nothing pops up, we have a window that could possibly get both of these features in once the Sportsmen come out. So, Pete, what I'm looking at now on the track, we've only had the equipment out. The track appears to be where it was when the Modifieds and the Sportsmans were out. We don't see that shininess. If we can go back to one of those turn cameras, you can see the shine has kind of dissipated in the groove. There is some shine still on the outside of the track, but that looks good, Pete. If you look at the middle racing groove, it looks good. It looks ready to go. We've got cars coming on the track now. Our Sportsman cars, they're going to do a hot lap, and as soon as the track is ready, we will call the Modifieds and go green as quickly as we can. So if you folks are listening on 91.5, or if you have the YouTube feed on your smartphones, you should start making your way back to the grandstands. Keep your fingers crossed, folks. And if you see any of these drivers later in the pits, tell them thank you. Just give them an attaboy and a thank you for doing what they can do to try to get this program in. It's a difficult situation because there's not a lot of open weekends, really no open weekends, all the way right until the dirt finals at Charlotte. And then you're talking middle of November to try to make up a modified feature of this magnitude. So that's what we're looking at now. If the Sportsman feature doesn't get it in, now we do have that big Sportsman race at the end of October, and we expect a lot of these same drivers to be here for that, but we want to get both of these features in, but we're just looking ahead at the schedule, the calendar. We don't want to step on any other track's toes to try to get these races in, and there is a book schedule for all these big money fall races in the Northeast and Charlotte too in November. So we're doing our best. The drivers are really giving a yeoman's effort to get this racing program back underway. And we thank how many viewers do we have watching on YouTube? We went up again, 781 viewers now watching on YouTube. So thank you, thank you, thank you for your patience. And so we've got about 8 or so Sportsman cars out here. Pat Wall's out there in the 5W. We can see David Malosar out there in the 32C. Yeah, and while it's quiet, we want to thank all of our lap sponsors. We'll alternate every 10 laps here. So for our modified 50 lapper, lap number 1 is sponsored by Wide Open Wednesday. Lap number 2, Norcia Corporation. Lap number 3, Johnny Mac Land Image Landscaping. Number 4, good luck from pit steward Papa Clay Butler, who we just heard make that announcement to call the cars back to the track. Papa Clay has been here for decades helping us out in the pits. Lap number 5, Amy Schwed Designs. Lap number 6, Mike Butler. Lap number 7, in loving memory of John Schmedlin. Lap number 8, Norcia Corporation. Lap number 9, Training Tales, Tom Moore. Lap number 10, Sam and Carly Packenham.
Lap number 11 is sponsored by Patrick Morris. Lap 12, John Ellery. Lap 13 of the modified feature sponsored by Seasonal Abilities and Steve Davis. Lap 14, Joe's Landscape LLC. Lap 15, Jim Brown Racing Photos and Joseph Brown Racing. Lap 16, Varsity Moving by Chris Lobianco Sr. Lap 17, Dan Fleming. Lap 18, DPI Electric and Communications, John Packenham. Lap 19, Johnny Mac, John McClellan, Land Image Landscaping. And lap number 20, sponsored by Mark Blackwell.
Lap number 21, Mike Lyons. Lap number 22, Joe's Landscape LLC. Lap number 23, Shockwave Racing Technology, Johnny Bang Bang Bangs. Lap number 24, Smart Moms Travel with Kelly Lane. Lap number 25, Ellery's Pub. 26, Johnny Mac Land Image Landscaping. 27, John Ellery. 28, Kevin Borden. 29, Matt Ellery. And 30, Bobby Nemchowski, Seasons Abilities. Lap 31, John Ellery. Lap 32, Jim Mitch. 33, Ava Oliver Racing, John R. Oliver. 34, Joe's Landscape LLC. 35, Metal Fab Pro Shop. 36, Swagger Factory Apparel. 37, Extreme Graphics. 38, Bucks Dog Training of Central New Jersey. 39, Bucks Dog Training of Central New Jersey. 40, Mark Blackwell. 41, Fletcher's Garage. 42, Bucks Dog Training of Central New Jersey. 43, in memory of Bruce Wheeler, Aaron Lynn. 44, Mikey Butler. 45, Metal Fab Pro Race Shop. 46, Tim Franks Junior Racing, John R. Oliver. 47, in loving memory of John Schmedlin. 48, Bucks Dog Training of Central New Jersey. 49 of Chris Moore, and 50, Ellery's Pub.
Well, the track coming in nicely now, and it's going to be a fast track for these races. Folks, we have run the All-Star Cup Shootout. We had 9 straight years we ran it. We lost it to Mother Nature the last 3 years in a row. So this is the 13th year, but the 10th running of the race. Gary Butler was the winner in 2013. Billy Pouch Jr. won it in 2014, beating his dad. Dwayne Howard won it in 2015. Billy Pouch Jr. came back and won it in 2016. In 2017, Brandon Grasso was the winner. Ryan Godown won it in 2018. Dwayne Howard won it for the second time in 2019. Danny Buck was the winner in 2020. And Jeff Strunk won the last one we ran 3 years ago, actually 4 years ago, in 2021. Mother Nature won the last 3 in a row. When Gary Butler won it that first year, we had a special All-Star Cup point, which included, I believe, some other races during the season. And second place finisher to Gary Butler was Craig Von Dorn, and he actually won the All-Star Cup points that year. That's why you would see his name on the plaque outside as the winner of the 2013 All-Star Cup. It was designed to be multiple things. We abandoned that idea the following year. So 2013, the race was Gary Butler, and that was his last win here. And I believe it was his 10th career. I think he has 10 career wins here. And the Sportsmen are going off, so we should be seeing modified soon here. Yellow lights are out. The track is ready. As a Sportsman exit the track, let me give you the modified feature lineup once again. This is the way they will line up starting on the pole from Milford, New Jersey. In the 4B is Clay Butler. And lining up alongside of Butler in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 26, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. Third starting spot inside row number 2. Driving to Reed Sod Farm number 5 out of Phillipsburg, the Flying Dutchman Jack Butler. And lining up alongside of Jack Butler from New Gretna, New Jersey, in the Mancini Custom Homes Woodhaven Lumber number 7M, the Silent Assassin, Paul Mancini. Fifth starting spot in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79 is Davey Sammons. And lining up alongside of Sammons out of Belmead, New Jersey, driving the Amwell Auto Body number 29, the Belmead Bullet, Brandon Grasso. 7th starting spot inside row number 4 out of Ole, Pennsylvania. He drives the floor machine and tool number 16. That is Loudon Reimert. And starting alongside of Reimert, driving the CNS equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondish own number 6. Our 2020 track champion, the Dominator, Danny Buck. 9th starting spot out of Lambertville, driving the B&T Tools number 112, the boss, Cale Ross. And lining up alongside of Cale on the outside of row number 5, driving the Ace Materials number 6 from Montgomery, New Jersey, that is Justin Grasso. 11th starting position, driving the Marvel's Portable Welding number 1 out of Frenchtown, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And lining up alongside of Pouch Jr. in the Ronnie's Auto Repair, number 4M. He drew the worst number of the 12 to be drawn. And that is Logan Watt. Young Logan Watt starts outside row number 6. 13th starting position, the Creston Hydraulics number 24 of DJ Hunt. And lining up alongside of DJ out of Vineland, New Jersey, in the Mancini Custom Homes number 13T is Anthony Tramontana Jr. 15th starting position, he drives the Big Spring Car Wash number 126 out of Saraville. That's Dominic Buffalino. And lining up alongside of him from right up the road here in New Egypt, driving the Oliver Communications Group number 5J, that is Joseph Brown. 17th starting spot. Driving the Dan Sommerling-owned BK Trucking, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, number 51, Hollywood, Ryan Creighton. And lining up alongside of Creighton out of Bohemia, New York, driving the Northeastern Office Supply number 60, Dylan Stoyer. Row number 10 on the inside, K&A Excavating, Atlantic Wood Floors number 51M is Johnny Mack, John McClelland. And lining up alongside of McClelland in the Valco Wheels, number 323, Johnny Bang Bang Bangs. Johnny Bangs in the 323. 21st starting spot in the White House, number 37 is Brian Cool. Cool out of Flemington, New Jersey. And starting alongside of Cool in the Premio Sausage, number 13 is Steve Davis. Row number 12 on the inside out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. He drives the Harry Hugh Pullet number 44, a former two-time champion in 2003 and 2005, the Wind Gap Warrior, Frank Cozy. And lining up alongside of Cozy, 24th starting spot in the Sweetwater Marina and River Deck number 9 out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, Joe Toth. The last row, the 2 provisionals added to the field. Out of South Brunswick, New Jersey, driving the Jim Weber Motorsports number 47 is Chris Garback. He was the highest New Egypt points driver. He finished 13th in points this year. He will start 25th. And starting 26th, the next highest point driver that did not qualify, that is the Shockwave Racing Technology number 92 junior of George Garris Jr. That is the 26-car starting lineup for the 10th annual All-Star Cup shootout here at New Egypt Speedway. And the pace truck pulls away, and we are moments away from going racing here at the New Egypt Speedway. We want to thank all you fans for sticking this out with us. We want to thank all the teams and officials for helping to get this track ready, especially all the race teams, both Sportsman and Modified. And we want to thank all you fans on YouTube for sticking with us. We had 700 or more people on YouTube watching the entire weather delay. If you know people who are home, then tell them to turn it on, because we're about to go racing here, New Egypt Speedway style, here in the Pines. 26 cars scheduled to go.
Got it. Yeah.
Johnny Mack coming up onto the speedway. We are missing one car. Both provisionals are out there. Cale Ross pulling up into position. If you are watching on YouTube, we just had rain start lightly once again. The Sportsman worked the track in this time. This was the second time we worked the track in. And the Sportsman had it nice and perfect. The modifieds came out, lined up on the front straightaway. We pulled away, and after one parade lap, it has started to lightly rain again. We may have to let them have the track back. Well, we need it to stop first. There was one more cell to come through before it stops for the evening, according to what the radar is showing. And I thought it was going to be longer, though. Well, the car is trying to keep the track here. You can see that it is raining a little harder than it did the last time we had a delay. And now we have Joseph Brown backwards on turn one as he kicked the wheel a little hard. He's fixing it himself here. Boy, we have gotten so close every time. It's like almost perfectly timed. Well, the pace truck is off, so the cars can spread out and try to keep the track here while hoping it is going to be short-lived. But you can see the track is very wet again. Boy, we were like 2 parade laps away from starting this race. Folks, if you're watching at home, we want to thank you for sticking this out. We are still trying here at New Egypt Speedway. We have been on rain delay, so I know a lot of you have joined thinking we were starting. We thought we were too. We've been on rain delay since 7:40. It slowed down enough, and we got the track back. We brought all Sportsman and Modifieds out. We worked it in, pulled the Sportsman off. The Modifieds did quick laps. We got the track almost back. We had about 3/4 or 2/3 of the drivers giving us thumbs up. Some were giving us the thumbs down, but we were about 5 laps away from probably lining them up, and it rained a little harder. We sent the cars off. We put trucks out on the track. It rained off and on for a little while, and then it stopped. And we brought the Sportsmen out, and they ran the track in for us, ran some hot laps, pulled off. We brought the Modifieds out, lined them up, did the lineup, and we were about 1 or 2 pace laps away from starting the race, and it started to rain, and this time it has rained harder than it did the first time around. And it looks like it is still raining out there. The track is very shiny. The car is trying to keep the track going here. Some have pulled off now. And this looks like more rain this time than the showers. And it looks like the Modifieds are pulling back off on the backstretch. This is just one of those hit or miss situations, and we apologize, but there's not much anybody can do about it. All we can do is try, and that's what we have been doing. We want to thank the race teams for everything they put in so far. All the sportsmen have put in so far. As the cars head back to the pits, and it is raining harder than it was. So, folks, again, we apologize for this, but we are still on hold, and as soon as I hear anything, I will let you know. Once again, it is 91.5 on your FM dial, and everybody on YouTube, if you stay tuned in, we will keep you updated as soon as we have a decision here and let you know what's going on. Well, we've come very close twice here, and Mother Nature is messing with us. Boy, we had a terrible start to the year, and All right, race fans, after all these tries, we are going to have to cancel tonight. It's unfortunate. We want to thank all the race teams for the efforts they put in. Everyone listening, all the fans, watch our website for the makeup of these two races. We are going to make them up. We just don't have a date yet. We have to look at the schedule and see when there are off days in the schedule that we can make this up. So we will post it on our website and on our social media. So in the upcoming days, probably early to midweek, but keep every day, just check our website and check our Facebook and Twitter and Instagram pages, and we will keep you updated on when the makeup of these two races will be. We want to thank you for coming out. Be safe getting out of the grandstand. It is very slippery. That metal gets very slippery when it's wet. And be safe driving home. We want to thank you for coming out tonight. Remember, the World of Outlaws coming here on Friday, October 10th, just 13 days from now, 2 weeks away. And you can get tickets on their website at www.worldofoutlaws.com. And then our 2-day show at the end of October, and then keep posted, and we will let you know when we are making these two events up. Thank you once again for coming out, and thanks to all the race teams for their extraordinary effort above and beyond to try to get this track back tonight, and all the fuel and work they did to get those cars out there and try to dry this track. But Mother Nature, the way she started this season, she wants to end the season. But we will be running these races at some point. So we will advertise that on our social media in the upcoming days and on our website. So keep track of that. And once again on YouTube, we want to thank you for sticking with us. And I believe you probably heard, if you were on YouTube, you heard the announcement there, but we are postponed for tonight, and we will be posting the makeup date for these two events coming up soon on our website in the next upcoming days. I want to thank you for tuning in, and keep an eye out for the makeup dates on all of our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and on our website at www.newegyptspeedway.net. And that will give you all the information about the upcoming makeup dates. Thanks again for sticking with us and for tuning in tonight. And for Jim Murdoch, Nick Leach, Chris Moore, and all of the other officials and family here at the New Egypt Speedway, I'm Pistol Pete Wertman. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.